All right, it's 6 o'clock. Welcome everyone. This is our regularly scheduled Committee of the Whole for April the 17th. As we call the meeting to order, as we always do, we just acknowledge that the lands on which we're gathered are the traditional territories of the Coast and the Straits Salish people, known today as Lekwungen people, specifically the Songhees and Esquimalt nations, and that their historic connections to these lands continue to this day. I missaid that a little bit, but it's good enough. For those who aren't used to Committee of the Whole meetings, just so you're clear, we are gathered today as a Committee of the Whole, all members of Council, but it is a less formal environment, so it gives us a chance to have a bit more back and forth and Q&A. We won't be making decisions here tonight. We're just here to take in information, and so we're going to go through a couple of procedural pieces, and we'll get to our first presentation delegation. So we just need approval of the agenda. Is there a mover and a seconder? Thank you. Any changes, corrections people wish to see? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. We have adoption of the minutes from March 20th, Committee of the Whole. Moved. Seconded. Thank you. Any other changes, corrections, amendments? Not seeing any, I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. I just want to confirm I see a Hazel online. I'm assuming that is Councillor Braithwaite. Okay, very good. And Councillor Braithwaite on Zoom, you're aware star 6 if you're on a phone device, or if you're you would use that to raise hands. But can I just get you to test your audio very briefly? Councillor Braithwaite, are you able to, if you can hear us, can you just speak so we know that your audio is working? She may have fallen asleep. Councillor Braithwaite, very dedicated to be with us, is actually traveling at the moment and calling in from far away. So we're just, she's on mute. Can we manually unmute her and see if she can speak? Okay. Sometimes if you're not there, sometimes it stays hung up and frozen for a bit. So, Councillor Braithwaite, if you can hear us, would you unmute and just let us know that you can hear us? Probably caught her walking away for 2 minutes and coming back again. Going to embarrass her. Well, I'm going to continue the meeting, and I'll just check in again with her at the end of the first presentation. These are, for the record, all recorded and live streamed and available for watching later as well. So first up tonight, we have a delegation, and this is the Tumux Treaty update. We have our MLA, Oak Bay Gordon Head MLA and Ministry of Indigenous Relations with us tonight as well, just to provide an introduction, I understand. So I think we have about a 15-minute presentation, and we have time for a little bit of quick Q&A, and then we'll move on to the balance of the agenda. So welcome, Minister Rankin.
Thank you very much, Mayor Murdoch, and thank you, councillors, for having us this evening. We won't take a lot of your time, but we thought it was important to give you an introduction to state of play in the Tumux Treaty Association. Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation hat, and we had a wonderful conversation, and I wanted to commend Council for the steps that they've taken in this regard. It's really uplifting to see what's going on in the community. There are many, many groups that, of course, have contributed to that, as well as the local government. I'm thinking of so many groups in the community that have made a difference. I remember the first meeting, the all candidates meeting in the election was chaired by one group involved in reconciliation. Another group had another meeting over at the pavilion. I just want to acknowledge the great activity that's going on throughout the community, and thank you for it. My purpose in being here tonight is simply to introduce you to the team that's doing the heavy lifting on the Tumux Treaty treaty negotiations that's been going on, frankly, for a very long time. So let me introduce, if I may, this is Christie Harvie to my right. She's the Regional Executive Director. Rebecca Pence, who's the Director of Consultation and Engagement, and Stephen Wynn, who is our negotiator on the file. I'd be remiss if I didn't also mention that on listening in is Mr. Gwyn Thomas, who's the federal negotiator, because this is a government to government to government set of negotiations. And I'm very pleased that finally we seem to be we're getting somewhere. And I'm excited that we're working with the Songhees in this part of the community. As you'll hear, this is part of a broader set of negotiations on southern Vancouver Island. But I say Songhees in particular because they're involved in the treaty. The Esquimalt Nation at the moment is not. But we're working with them to include Discovery Island Park in the Songhees Treaty, and you're going to hear more about that in a moment. It's an area that's profoundly important to the Songhees, and the commitment of the nation is to continue to protect Discovery Island and public access and recreational use going forward. There are other aspects that may come up, the Cadboro Bay litigation and the like, but at that I think I'll leave it, and then I'm not going to be able to stay very long myself. I simply wanted to set the stage for the people who know what they're talking about far more than I. So with that, I'll take my leave.
Thank you very much, Minister Rankin.
Thank you very much.
And welcome to the other presenters.
Thank you very much. And I just also want to acknowledge being on the territories of the Songhees and Esquimalt. And we're very fortunate, us sitting at the table, that we get to work closely with them, and that we're here today to present on the Tumuk treaties. So if we can go to the next slide, we already did introductions. So next slide, please. So you may be aware that there is a memorandum of understanding between UBCM and BC about negotiations. This was updated in 2021, but at a very high level, it recognizes reconciliation as a shared cross-government responsibility. And it includes a commitment to an opportunity for local government representation at negotiations, which you do have through your Tumuk Treaty Advisory Committee representative, and consultation and exchange of information. And it is in that spirit that we're here today, and also recognizing that we've been out doing a lot of public engagement, and we want to make sure we're sharing that information. And I also want to say that I know that most of you have come out to those engagement sessions, so thank you. So we'll move quite quickly through this presentation, recognizing that most of you have seen this information. Next slide, please. So just very high level reconciliation why, and this is the truth part of reconciliation. Colonial policies and programs, including the Indian Act, Indian residential schools in the 60s scoop, have impacted all aspects of Indigenous life, including culture and social structures, exercise of rights, access to lands, resources, services, and economic opportunities, and overall health and wellness, including intergenerational trauma and death. So reconciliation, on the next slide, involves a paradigm shift in thinking and action. So this is about recognition of ongoing presence and rights of Indigenous peoples in BC, addressing past and ongoing harms and healing, supporting strong and healthy communities, and advancing self-determination. And ultimately, it's about partnering with Indigenous nations to make a better BC. Next slide, please. So we won't get into the details around the Declaration Act and the action plan, because I think you're probably relatively familiar. That's obviously a critical piece of how we advance reconciliation. But on the negotiations front, how we move through it is through an ongoing dynamic journey, flexible, responsive, and context specific. So there's no one size fits all to negotiations. Renewing the fiscal relationship, negotiating long-term agreements for self-determination and economic independence, shared initiatives to improve quality of life, and partnering to manage land and resources. And if you go to the next slide, you can see a whole host of different negotiations that we do, so different types and topics that we work on, and really that we take approaches that are responsive to what the priorities are for each nation, and what types of agreements will have the greatest impact for them in the short and long term. So now I'm going to turn it over to Stephen to talk quickly about the treaties and then to share lands with you.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you. So we're going to talk a little bit about how we put reconciliation into action in the form of modern-day treaty negotiations, and specifically the negotiations with the Tumuk Treaty Association. So Rebecca spoke to different paths to reconciliation, but our minister often speaks about treaty negotiations as representing the ultimate form of reconciliation. It's certainly the most comprehensive form of reconciliation that are available to Indigenous groups in the province to negotiate. And since 2000, there have been, as you'll see on the slide, 4 treaties that have actually reached the implementation stage. So they've been successfully negotiated, ratified, and implemented. Those are the Nisga'a Treaty. You'll see the front page of the Manulth Treaty, 5 Nuu-Chah First Nations on the west coast of Vancouver Island, the Tsawwassen First Nation, the Tla'amin First Nation. And the province, nations, and the federal government view treaties now as living agreements. And that means that they're intended to evolve over time, and they're intended to support the nations in reframing their relationships with the federal government and the provincial government. Next slide, please. So speaking more specifically around the 5 Tumuk nations, they draw their descendancy from original signatories to the historical Douglas treaties that were signed here on Vancouver Island in the 1850s. There were 14 of them. And the Douglas treaties are very skeletal. They're, for the most part, single paragraphs that deal with some basic aspects of land and rights. But they have been held up in the courts, and in particular, the courts have recognized that Douglas Treaty First Nations retain the right to fish formally and to hunt over unoccupied lands. And in the negotiations that the province and the federal government are engaged with Tumuk, we talk about the modern day treaties that we're negotiating with them coexisting with their Douglas Treaty rights, and that is a very important and foundational piece of what we're negotiating. Next slide, please. So to give you a bit of an overview of who Tumuk are, they are 5-member First Nations. They formed the Tumuk Treaty Association at the onset of treaty negotiations about 28 years ago, and they include Malahat, Chianu or Beecher Bay, Songhees, Sanawas or Nanoose, and Sauk. And they're negotiating 5 individual separate treaties at a common table together. So at the end of these negotiations, each nation will have their own treaty, they'll have their own treaty lands and their own self-government. And while providing a foundation for reconciliation, the treaties are intended to achieve a number and work towards a number of key aspirations. And those include investment, job creation, expansion of economic development, and social well-being for not only the member nations, but the entire region. Next slide, please. So a little bit of a roadmap for where we've been and where we're going. So as I mentioned, the treaty negotiations started 28 years ago. In 1995, it's been a long time, a lot of patience exercised by the Tumuk nations, but we're nearing the finish line. And we signed an agreement in principle between the 3 parties in 2015, and now we're working to conclude negotiations and resolve outstanding issues over the next year or so. And then we'll enter into a process where the nations, the provincial government and the federal government ratify the treaties. And that takes place through a vote that each of the nations and their communities hold. And then the BC and the provincial and federal governments ratify the treaties through the passage of treaty legislation, which sets out the ratification by the governments, and also the legislation also sets out how the governments will uphold and meet their responsibilities and obligations under the treaty. And then we work towards a celebratory date when the treaty will take effect. Next slide, please. So there's certainly not an opportunity here to really go into the breadth of what treaty encompasses, because they are extremely lengthy, complex documents. There are going to be hundreds and hundreds of pages. They'll have appendices that are hundreds of more pages. But at their core, they represent a number of key elements around rights and title recognition. We call it the rights recognition model that we build into treaty. They're going to involve a return of lands to the nations, and we'll share with you momentarily some maps of the lands that have been negotiated to date. They're going to establish First Nations self-government. They'll provide predictability to all of the parties and residents of the region and local and regional government. They're going to provide ongoing governance funding that will come primarily from the federal government. They'll include a one-time cash transfer. They're going to provide for powers of direct and real property taxation, and they'll provide for future arrangements to be negotiated around code management and shared decision-making over natural resources and land. Next slide, please. So this gives you a bit of a geographical situational context for the Tumuk Nation's territories. We've also included on this map in brown the proposed land package, but we'll show you in a little bit more detail what's being negotiated to date with each nation. Up in the north, a little bit outside of South Island in the Lanceville to Parksville area is the territory of the Snawis or the Nanoose First Nation. And then moving south, you'll see in blue the territory of the Malahat Nation. And then much closer to home for you, the territory of the Songhees Nation. And then moving west in kind of that purple pink color, the territory of the Chianu or the Beecher Bay First Nation. And finally, the territory at the west of the Sauk Nation. The land package that we've negotiated is subject to a number of things, including the conclusion of the negotiations, the resolution of outstanding issues, and the federal and provincial governments also have an obligation to consult Tumuk's neighbors, which will happen as part of the resolution of these negotiations. Next slide, please. We're going to walk you through the individual land packages that have been negotiated to date for each of the 5 nations. And to give you a bit of color decoding for these maps, we're looking first at the lands that have been negotiated with the Songhees Nation. And they include provincial crown land, and then as a separate category that the minister mentioned, some provincial park land. And in these negotiations, the federal government are bringing forward some lands that have been declared surplus for federal government purposes. This is a bit of an unusual feature of these treaty negotiations. Usually, the lands we negotiate are provincial crown. In this case, there's some, as you are well aware, there's some significant constraints on the land base here in the Capital Region and South Island. So the federal government has been able to bring forward some strategic parcels. The nation also owns some private land that you'll see outlined there in that lighter blue color. And then the land package finally will also include the nation's existing reserves. So a little bit more detail about Discovery Island. It's a provincial park. It's about 67 hectares. It adjoins the reserves that the Songhees have in the Discovery and Chatham Island group. We have an understanding at the treaty table that preceded the announcement that you might have heard in January about the consideration of these lands, that under the terms of the treaty and the nation's governance, they will remain protected, and the nation has committed to continuing public access and continuing the recreational opportunities there, which are day use by kayakers, and there is a rustic campground there that will continue. Another feature of these negotiations is the inclusion of lands at Hatley Park, the site of Royal Roads University. We had a couple open houses at Royal Roads that were well attended. We've had a lot of support from the university administration. They've spoken very openly and publicly about their support for Royal Roads University being located on Songhees Treaty land in the future. There's also some urban lots that have some high development potential that will be part of the treaty package in the downtown of Victoria. You'll see on the map there, Q Lot and Enterprise Wharf. Next slide, please. So we'll move through these a little more quickly so we can get to some questions. But this map depicts the lands that have been negotiated within the Chianu territory. And you'll see their reserve lands on Beecher Bay, where their community is. There are some lands that they're seeking to have added to reserve, and if we get to the outcome of a treaty, those lands, if acquired and added to reserve, would become treaty lands. There's some federal land at Mary Hill that is going to come out of the jurisdiction and ownership of the Department of National Defense that will be part of the treaty settlement land package. There's some several parcels of provincial crown land that you'll see there in that orangey color. And then a parcel of land that had already been transferred to to Chianu through an incremental treaty agreement a number of years ago. Just a point of reference for this map and the others you will see some regional parks identified here. They're identified for reference purposes. They're not part of our negotiations. Next slide, please. Moving over now to the Sauk Nations territory. There's another provincial park that features in this, will feature in this land package, Sauk Mountain Provincial Park. It's about 450 hectares or so, sandwiched between two units of the Sea Regional Park. The use there is primarily day use and hiking. Again, like Discovery Island, Sauk will be protecting this park as protected treaty land with recreational opportunities and public access continuing. There are some federal crown lands involved at Macmillan beside one of the reserves and at Sheringham Point. The westernmost extent of the lands we've negotiated to date is a provincial crown land parcel adjacent to but not within French Beach. And then you'll see some other lands that are currently provincial crown, lands that are owned by the nation now oriented along the Otter Point Road. Next slide, please. Moving up to Malahat, the Malahat Nation's territory, there's a number of key parcels of land here that have been negotiated between BC, Canada, and Malahat. The nations own some significant private lands you'll see here that they have either acquired on their own or earlier through treaty negotiations that will become treaty lands. We'll talk a little bit about the characteristics of treaty land in a moment. There are some lands at West Shawnigan Lake outside of the provincial park there. Their main reserve on the shore of Saanich Inlet will be part of treaty lands as well as provincial crown lands south and in the Bamberton area. Next slide, please. And finally, this is the fifth of the 5 Tumuk nations, the Snawis or the Noose First Nation. You'll see their main reserve straddles the Island Highway in the Lanceville area. The lands that make up the land package that we've negotiated to date include a federal parcel labeled as a transmitter site for obvious reasons. There's also some descriptive provincial parcels of Crown land, P lands, Little Mountain south of the New Island Highway, and lands at Morning Star and Morrison Creek, and a parcel at Fairdown that the nation holds now in fee simple. Next slide, please. So just to share a little bit about what treaty lands mean, and treaty is going to represent a profound shift in both ownership and governance of lands. So currently, the nations don't own the lands that they occupy now as reserve lands. Those are held in trust by the federal government. And there is some decision-making governance on those lands, but it's constrained under the Indian Act. Under treaties, the nations will own all of their treaty lands, including their reserve lands, in fee simple, as a collective in terms of their community and their membership. And the nations will have governance and jurisdiction over those lands. As I mentioned, all existing reserve lands will become treaty lands, with the exception of one reserve that Malahat shares with other nations in the Goldstream area. And treaty is also intended to allow the nations to grow their treaty land base in the future. So there are some enabling provisions in the treaty to allow them to add lands to treaty lands in the future. Next slide, please. So we'll share with you a little bit about this self-government arrangements under the treaty. The treaties are going to recognize the inherent right of First Nations of the 5 Tumuk First Nations to self-government, their ability to make laws in accordance with the treaty. Will establish governments under a constitution that will be framed out by the treaty. Those will be separate orders of government, but they'll be established under and consistent with the Canadian Constitution. Charter of Rights and Freedoms will apply, as will the Criminal Code. And the First Nations will exercise discretion around when they will draw down lawmaking authority that they will exercise under each of their respective treaties. Next slide, please. This one is just a brief slide that kind of tries to capture the breadth of lawmaking authority and governance the nations can exercise under the treaties. So they'll have lawmaking authorities in a number of areas of lands and resources, reflecting their ownership of the lands and the timber resources on those lands. So they'll have the ability to establish laws around land management, land use planning, development, zoning, environmental management and protection. They'll also be able to exercise authorities that you might acquaint more with local regional government services and authorities around business regulation, public works, buildings and structures. And then there'll be lawmaking authorities in a number of social program areas. Those can include childcare, K-12 education, child protection services, some lawmaking authorities in the area of health services, the ability to certify and regulate Indigenous healers in their communities. And the lawmaking authorities can potentially include solemnization of marriage as well. Important piece here also is the lawmaking authorities around language and culture and heritage. Next slide, please. The treaties are going to include a separate chapter on intergovernmental relations, specifically opportunities for the Treaty First Nation governments to build, establish, foster relationships with their local regional government neighbors. If you have an interest in this chapter, you can actually read probably what the chapter is going to look like in the final treaty and the agreement in principle that's available online that was signed in 2015. And that chapter will enable the nations to potentially join the regional districts their territories and lands are within, to enter into servicing agreements with their local regional government neighbors. In some cases, they're going to build on the existing servicing agreements that they already have in place. They'll be able to harmonize land use planning with their local regional government neighbors without the involvement of the federal government in Ottawa. They'll be also able to work with you on coordination, cooperation around regional economic development, conservation initiatives on a regional basis, public infrastructure. And the treaties will also include a commitment for them to join the regional hospital districts. And our final slide is sets out the website where we have a wealth of information, some great links to information on the treaty negotiations. It's a place where you and your constituents and public can also sign up to receive information around negotiations. We've done a lot of open houses recently, and we've had an excellent turnout, lots of great discussion and questions. We have one final open house coming out that I'll give a bit of a plug for on Saturday, April 29th in the Parksville area, and you get information about that open house at that website. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the presenters. Thank you for the information. We do have a few minutes if people wish to ask. I'm sure we all actually, in fairness, we probably have about 12 hours worth of questions if we let it go. So perhaps that we'll try and keep our questions and answers fairly brief. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I know a lot of our residents will be very pleased to see this meaningful level of reconciliation, and I wonder if you yet have a sense of how our local community can eventually become involved in this process and feel a part of this reconciliation.
Ms. Harvie, welcome.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I think this is, I would say, kind of the first step, right? So a big part of it is becoming informed. A lot of the things that we've seen through the open houses are just that desire and that kind of thirst for information on what's been going on, right? We hear, I'm not sure if the minister said it in his introduction, but I know he said it elsewhere. We've been in negotiations for almost 30 years, and most of the public wouldn't know that. And so I think a big part of it at this point is, going to that site, signing up for that information. And it's to an extent, it's self-directed to start off with, like how much do you want to be involved? Do you want to go out to, the public open house? I know the last one we have right now is Parksville. We may be doing more in the future, obviously, as we get closer to like the timeline pieces that you saw on that one slide. So I would just say, starting off with is just bringing in that desire for information and kind of heading to that link. We also on there have, the maps are on there. A lot of the information's on there. The agreement in principle is public, and there's also a email address that goes straight to the team. So it's kind of like, I really want to know about this, or where can I get resources on that? So a lot of that information is on the site.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to the delegates, thank you very much for the very interesting presentation. I have seen it before, and every time I pick up a few more kernels, there's an awful lot to absorb. But you did speak about some of the lands also that are being returned existing within urban lands that are already existing. And so in that context, if you have these treaty lands within the midst of what we would look at as local government lands, how is that relationship established, and is your role in it to facilitate that? Perhaps just if you could embellish a little bit on what you presented. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much for the question. It's an excellent one. The one thing we should clarify is that for the lands that we reviewed on those maps, they will actually come out of the letters patent, for instance, for the City of Victoria, for Q-Lot, for Enterprise Wharf. Lands in other municipalities will become treaty lands and will no longer be part of the municipality. But there's lots of opportunities, I think the thing we really want to emphasize is the treaty is intended to be enabling. In terms of the ability of the nations and their local regional government neighbors to enter into partnerships, to enter into servicing agreements. One thing that Songhees often reinforces for us, and I'm learning about, is they already have a lot of servicing agreements already in place with their municipal neighbors that they want to continue in the future, and they may end up providing services back to their neighbors as well. There is the opportunity for the nations to join the regional districts. And here, for the four down in the capital region, the capital regional district, three down in the capital region here, Malahat, potentially the Cowichan Valley Regional District, and the Snows Nation, the Nanaimo Regional District. It's discretionary, so it would require discussion between the nations and their neighbors. But we've seen in other circumstances that there are a lot of benefits to that happening. All 5 of the Manault First Nations have joined the Alberni-Clayoquot Regional District. In fact, the chair of the Alberni-Clayoquot Regional District Board is an Owayat government elected representative, and they've generated a lot of benefits through those partnerships at the regional district table.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wynne. Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you very much for attending tonight. I really appreciate it. And I know that the community really values being kept up to date on what's going on. I was wondering whether you could comment. Obviously, we're dealing with the nations that are involved in the Tumuk process. Obviously, the Esquimalt First Nation is also, we find ourselves, we are guests on the traditional territory of the Esquimalt as well. I'm just wondering whether you could comment on sort of what the concurrent process, I understand not exactly the same process, but for the benefit of guests and the public, just sort of what the nature of the discussion with the Esquimalt First Nation is.
Go ahead, Ms. Harvie.
Absolutely, and thank you for the question. We're working very closely with the Esquimalt Nation and have been for a number of years, and I've sat at that table, I think, for 6 years at this point, as well as working with the Songhees Nation and the other nations. And so we're in a tripartite RIRSD, which is just a long federal acronym that I'm sure Gwyn, if he can remember what it is, can tell you what it is, but it's essentially a reconciliation table. And so that's in part because of how the Esquimalt Nation has chosen to request engagement from the province. They weren't interested in the BC Treaty Commission modern treaty process at this time, right? Everyone has the opportunity to pick which path that they want to take. And so we're working with them on kind of more of a focused piece. So you look at all of the pieces that, Stephen and Rebecca mentioned comprise or compose the treaty, right? Hundreds and hundreds of pages, hundreds and hundreds of pages of appendices. So right now we're very focused on specific topics that Esquimalt would like to look at versus the entire breadth of, all of those things that could be covered under treaty. So for looking at like the nations wanting to support each other in their processes. So also Songhees and Esquimalt have ongoing conversations. So that allows us to be able to come and say, you know, based on what they're saying, you know, this will work, we will support Songhees, Songhees will support us. So not speaking on behalf of the nations, but just making sure that you know too, that we are making sure that each of the nations has an opportunity to comment, because you know, when we look at the map, if we go back, the Songhees and Esquimalt boundaries are essentially the same, right, as it being their ongoing territory. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and through you to our presenters. Just a quick question, I think, about the self-governments and the actual lawmaking authorities. And you mentioned that the treaties are malleable, and so that people could come back, that you could open the negotiation to add other things. So I just wondered to what extent in the Tumuk treaties the parties are looking to have as many lawmaking authorities as they are able to ask for, even if they don't intend to act on them. So that's part of the question, or at least not act on them now. And what kind of notice will be required to the law-making authority that currently holds that authority in order to relinquish that authority and hand it over, if and when they decide they want to take up that authority?
Go ahead, Mr. Wynn.
Yeah, thank you for the question. That's an excellent one, and I didn't get into the detail, but this is an opportunity now. In terms of the governance construct that we're negotiating into treaties, we're negotiating what we call a concurrent law model, and that means that the nations will have the ability to draw down lawmaking authorities in all those areas that you saw on the slide, and it's quite comprehensive. It's a lot of what you would see in the Local Government Act, the Community Charter, but also a number of areas of provincial jurisdiction, where the nations draw down those lawmaking authorities. They will apply concurrently with federal and provincial law. So there won't be a relinquishment of provincial jurisdictions so much as kind of a sidestepping, because the province doesn't need to be active in those areas of governance anymore, because those matters are going to be part of the nation's governance. Their communities, their governments will be making decisions in those areas where they draw down the lawmaking authorities. There are conflict of law rules that set out what would happen if there is a conflict between a nation's law and a federal provincial government law. But so the governance is meant to be fairly comprehensive to allow the nations to, at their discretion, decide where they're going to focus their efforts around their governance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wynn. Any other questions? Okay. I have just one quick question. I'm curious on the municipal appointee at the table. Who appoints that person? Where does it come from? Does it come from the regional district? Does it come through UBCM? Do you know who that appointee? Mr. Wynn?
Yeah, we work with a number of local regional government representatives. So we have some representatives from the Tumuk Treaty Association Advisory Committee, TTAC. We also have representatives that are appointed from the Capital Regional District, and also the Cowichan Valley Regional District and the Nanaimo Regional District. What we call TTAC, I think they may have changed their name recently, represents all, as we understand it, the kind of the municipalities across the capital region. So we're notified by TTAC who their representatives are. Now it's a consultant. There are two staff from the CRD who are at the table with us, and there are two elected representatives from the other regional districts. But we're informed by by local regional government how they want to be represented on our team under the UPCM protocol.
Okay, thanks for that. That's helpful. You wanted to add something? Go ahead, Ms. Harvie.
Yeah, thank you. And I think the other piece is that with these particular treaties, we have 24 local governments that we cover. So one of the things that we did request of the local governments, and that's part of the reason why, we have Mr. Dave Drummond is one of the representatives for, I think we're at 10 or 11 of the local governments, is just the sheer volume of individuals. If we were to have, 24 representatives at the table for local government, and then I think the 3 or the 2, representatives kind of trying to lead the conversation. So we have in the past asked local governments to work together to try to identify or rotate through a representative, just because of the actual, number of municipalities and local governments we are covering off. So, but it is a joint process.
Great. Thank you very much for that. We do have Councillor Braithwaite online. I'd be remiss if I didn't offer the opportunity to ask a question as well. Councillor Braithwaite, if you wish to ask a question, this would be the right time to, you've unmuted. Go ahead.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and my apologies for not being able to unmute before. I was here. I could hear everything. I just couldn't unmute. I don't really have any questions. Just a couple of comments just to say thank you to the delegation for coming to present, and also that I look forward to being able to attend a session that they're putting on that's not in Parksville, maybe in a future date. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. So with that, I'll just conclude. Thank you very much on behalf of all of us in the community for coming here today. I think, there's a lot of things going on, as Minister Rankin noted. There's a lot of work that happens at the community level, working on at local events and having representation from a cultural perspective. At our table, where we have government-to-government work going on that achieves things at our level, and of course, the substantive work that's going on to find sort of more permanent and long-standing frameworks for working together in the region. So really appreciate the work that you're doing. Very much appreciate you coming in here tonight. And I guess we'll say goodnight and let you get out and hide and enjoy the sunshine, and we'll go through a fairly substantive agenda that we have in front of us here still today. So thank you very much for coming. Yeah. As they pack up, I am happy to move on to the next item on the agenda, which is just the Mayor and Council verbal reports. We do have an opportunity for public participation coming up next, which is just an open portion for people wanting to address Council on items of interest that aren't on the agenda. So I'm just going to make the flag it if you're watching the live stream right now and you want to just, you have something, we don't have anybody registered. But if anybody wishes to talk to us, and more than welcome to do so, this is a good time to call in now and just raise your hand within the app. And I'm not doing them right now. We're going to do a section first, and then we'll allow people from the audience to come forward in the next section. I'm just giving people a warning because sometimes there's a couple of minute lag time on the live stream. This section in the Committee of the Whole, once a month, we just provide an opportunity for members of the Committee of Council to just update other members of Council on items that they're working on, items of interest. We all sit on multiple external bodies, both locally and regionally, and this is a chance to recap everything, but just suffice to say there's a lot of work going on, and sometimes there's items that are of interest to the rest of Council and to the community. So this is a chance to go. I'm just usually go around the table. I started that side this time. I think I'll start with Councillor Green this time, if you're ready, and please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I've been spending some time meeting with residents actually on individual specific issues, and that has been really rewarding. It's great to be out in the community again. We haven't had the extent of community participation in meetings, and so it's really nice to be in touch with residents on the ground, as it were. So I also attended the Tourism Committee meeting. I think I mentioned that at the last meeting. I have some meetings coming up. One is the TMEC Treaty Advisory Committee meeting. I think they refer to it as TTAC, which is the body that I'm representing Oak Bay on. And I think the Regional Water Supply Commission meeting is this week. I will be attending that as well for Oak Bay. So those are, I think that really wraps it up. It's a busy time right now for some reason.
This always is in the springtime. Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, I attended on March the 30th, the Regional Housing Trust Fund Commission meeting, and I'm very, the trust fund is a fund that Oak Bay is a contributor to, and I'm very pleased to report that the Commission approved 2 grants for 2 different projects. The Campus View redevelopment, where 12 existing units are soon to become 119, and then a further 1.8 million for the 151 unit Village on the Green redevelopment, where 38 townhouses are going to become 151 units, for a net addition of 220 units to the Capital Regional Housing Corporation's portfolio. And I just wanted to note that these contributions, although they're large from the fund, are relatively small but essential equity contributions to make those projects work. There were 7 different equity partners for the Campus View project and 8 for Village on the Green, for total project costs in the almost $100 million between the two of them, actually. And just also with respect to that fund, I wanted to note that these are the last 2 grants anticipated out of the Regional Housing Trust Fund, because the program under which it was created has come to an end, but the CRD staff expect to report out in fourth quarter this year, 2023, on future options which may revitalize that fund, including looking at things such as funding complex care, rural and remote housing, and land banking. So I guess we'll be hearing more at the end of the year. I also just attended over the weekend the Association of Vancouver Island and Coastal Communities conference. I will not comment on that. 4 of us at this table attended, and so I'll let somebody else say something about that if they'd like to. But I was also very honored and moved to attend yesterday the Yom HaShoah Holocaust Remembrance Ceremony at the Jewish Cemetery, where we heard personal stories from first, second, third, and fourth generation survivors of the Holocaust, as well as music, prayers, and an invitation to visit the graves of survivors. And it was a very, very special ceremony, so I was really honored to be there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Watson. I will just, I appreciate you acknowledging the Housing Trust Fund pieces. That does conclude there's that funds were taking other funding items and channeling it into developing with the province and the federal government. So that was a total of 1,200 units, 240 low barrier and heavily subsidized units in that program. So it's been quite a success, $120 million or so all in. So yeah, very appreciative of all the regional partners, and yeah, very much looking forward to seeing the report on other options going forward. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just update Council on my work with the Heritage Foundation and the Greater Victoria Public Library Board. I attended the Heritage Foundation meeting on April the 11th, and lots of excellent ongoing work continuing there. As I updated last time, the lecture series is back underway. Last month's event was extremely well attended, and I think there's been a lot of pent-up demand for those events. So I'll just bring to Council's attention, I think everybody's received information about the upcoming event on the 26th at Windsor Pavilion, 7 o'clock. Sounds good. It's Growing Up Weird in Oak Bay, so please make a point of attending. It was my regular pleasure and my regular duty to chair the Greater Victoria Public Library Board meeting on March the 28th. Various topics discussed, lots of great information received from staff. We've gone back to receiving staff presentations, just talking about how innovative the staff are and how innovative the process is. The ongoing main topic of discussion that of interest to council and to the community will be the replacement, the ongoing feasibility study for the replacement of the main branch, which is really going to come to a head here in the next couple of weeks. As chair and with the vice chair of the board and also our CAO, met with a group of MLAs from our service area to discuss the recently announced one-time grant of $45 million for libraries to enhance library services in BC. So express our appreciation for the grant that the GVPL received and talk about our consistent and ongoing need for new core funding and ongoing operational funding. And then it was also my pleasure to co-host with my counterpart at the Vancouver Island Regional Library a session at this weekend's Association of Vancouver Island Coastal Communities Conference on some of the revolution in libraries, why our libraries are booming. Had an excellent conversation with a number of attendees. It was extremely well received, and had a really candid conversation about the ongoing importance, significance, and challenges faced by the library system. I think that's it for me, Your Worship. Thank you.
Love that talk. That session was called Fully Booked. It was for the library thing. Oh, so there were a good pun in there. Can you just remind us, is it May 20th that the Oak Bay branch is reopening?
I believe that that's the target date, Your Worship. I would not want to speak for Mr. Graham. I think if I committed to a date, Mr. Graham would probably say we have to be conservative in our approach. But I can say that there is We've spoken to a number of partners and a number of folks about it will not be a grand reopening, but there is definitely interest in acknowledging the opening of the new and updated branch with some sort of observance or some sort of event. So I will update council as I have that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Appleton. Councillor Braithwaite, you're away. I don't know if there's anything you wish to add, but I'm talking to your empty seat right now.
Yes, Mayor, if you don't mind. Yes, the Royal Macpherson Theatre Society has been continuing on with its strategic planning sessions, and so we will be doing a presentation, I think, to councils in the near future. Also, the AGM for the RMTS is coming up, so if it's when I'm away, I will have my alternate attend in my place. I also met before I left with the BIA, and their AGM is coming up in June, so there'll be some information on that. And there was no Parks Rec and Culture meeting before I left town. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Oh, thank you. I had the opportunity last week to attend RENT, the BC Nonprofit Association's one-day conference, and some amazing educational sessions, opportunities to meet with so many fantastic people in the community doing great work to get housing. And there was definitely, I felt like one of the takeaways was just, again, the housing first approach to homelessness. I also had the opportunity to attend the Indigenous Prosperity podcast with Chief Leanne Joe, and one of my favorite takeaways from that one was just the common interest that we all hold in a future for our next generations. Also, the Arts Commission, we had our strategic planning session, and just really really great work being done to support artists across the region while they really support our local economy and how valuable our artists are. Also, I really enjoyed attending the Vancouver Island Coastal Communities Conference this weekend. Some of the highlights there for me were discussions about food security on the island, transit island-wide, and also the Housing Accelerator Fund. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And it's been a busy month. I, like Councillor Green, have been had the distinct pleasure of meeting with many in the community to hear about projects that are of particular interest to them or things that are happening around the community. March 9th, I attended part 2 of a 3-part series offered by the University of the Fraser Valley, and it's titled Towards Collaborative Governance and Shared Innovation, moderated by Dr. Keith Carlson, who's the director of UFV's Peace and Reconciliation Center. Part 2 of the series focused on legal and governance principles that have evolved from UNDRIP, DRIPA, and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report. And then to ethical responsibilities of engaging in consultation and coalition building. And it was very interesting to having come through some of the historical context of the roles that settlers and then local governments played in contributing to cumulative obstruction and hardship, and what's happening in many communities across Canada to reestablish new collaborative relationships. And there was representation from 5 provinces in Canada, so it was there's so much happening across the country. And one point in the discussion also touched on the unique challenges that we have in the province of BC, because we're a little behind some of the other provinces where treaties have already been settled and things are moving forward. But we also, in the province of BC, have 203 Indigenous nations in the province, which is just significant as compared to what exists in other provinces. So we have some unique challenges and unique opportunities, and I'm not sure what series part 3 will be, but I'm sure it will be just as interesting. April 6th, along with Councillor Green, I attended the harm reduction workshop. It was a full day program, quite a quite a learning experience, I would say, and particularly relevant for me because as our council liaison to Victoria Family Court and Youth Justice Committee, we hear on a regular basis the impacts of drug use by children at an increasingly younger age all of the time, and the work that the challenges that face our resource members. So it was really a good learning experience. And then on April the 12th, I chaired Crest Finance Committee meeting where we had the presentation of our 2022 audited statements. We also received the Q1 statements, the Class C budget estimates for the development of the new building that we are planning, and progress on some of the business rollouts we're doing. And I'm very pleased to report that we did receive a clean audit for 2022, which is always nice to hear. And we're continuing to work on research into new technologies and how that could help our business planning. So with that concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Councillor Patterson. I will keep my remarks brief. I get a chance to address council every week at council as well. But I just, as part of the AVICC, think there was a round table there for regional district chairs and mayors just to talk about housing. And it was a very informative piece just to talk about all the challenges that the entirety of the coast and Vancouver Island are facing, and some potential ways and means of moving some initiatives forward. I also had a chance to meet with some of the other regional, I wear a hat of the regional hospital district chair for the area, and so I had a chance to meet some of my peers across as well. A lot of time spent on policing stuff, which I thought I don't usually talk about, so I thought I might just touch on very quickly, including participating in a national panel as part of police chiefs looking at governance issues for municipal police in particular across Canada. A very interesting discussion just because there's so much variation, but a lot to learn from various pieces. Have upcoming first for a long time, Union BC Municipalities and the Public Safety Committee, which looks at both RCMP and municipal policing issues across BC, and implementation of some of the policies and improvements and changes that have been coming out of the province of late. And also we're locally looking at some the role of the school liaison officer. School District 61 is currently looking at that. So those are some of the issues facing us on the policing side of the equation. So there you go. A subset of updates for this meeting. So with that, we're going to move to the public participation period. This is a chance for anybody in the community who wishes to address us. So this is not items on the agenda. All of those have an opportunity for public input. I suppose if you want to talk about anybody else's grant applications, that's a possibility because it's you could maybe do it now instead of at the time. But if you're here for the grant applications, we'll be getting to those shortly, and you'll have a chance to each applicant will have a chance to present and answer questions. So this is just items that aren't on the agenda if you wish to address members of council. I did put the call out to electronic participants earlier. I don't see hands raised, but I'll make the call again if anybody's online and wishes to address council. I did see a couple of hands raised in the room. Is there anybody in the room that wishes to talk about things that aren't on the agenda? Yes, please come forward. And you have up to 3 minutes, and you can just, when you sit down, state your name, municipality of residence, and we will start the timer.
Thank you. My name is Bruce Kilpatrick. I'm a resident of Oak Bay, and I'm also a member of the steering committee for the Reconciliation Oak Bay Community Network. And I wanted to, first of all, start by expressing my thanks as a Oak Bay resident to the provincial representatives and their openness and interest in engaging the community. I attended 2 of their in-person open houses. I attended a virtual open house on the Tumuk Treaty process, and I know some of my colleagues who are in the audience here tonight also did as well. I really appreciate the conversations and their commitment to information sharing. And I did run into Councillor Smart at one of those, and I appreciate her making the time to be there, and I hope others of you were also able to attend. I think they were really valuable and useful opportunities to learn. The treaty lands that were discussed tonight don't include anything in Oak Bay. However, what I'm hoping tonight is that this is opening up our thinking, is inspiring us to think about the municipally owned, in other words, lands owned by the people of Oak Bay that are within our municipality. I'm thinking here of the Spewhong Lands, Buildings and Waters, and Willows Beach, which of course have a particular relationship to Cloches, and we know that there's a Songhees Marine Trail under development, and so their importance, I think, is pretty clear. There's Uplands Park and Cattle Point, and their cultural significance. And there's even the Walbrand Park on the top of Gonzales Hill with its panoramic view and problematic plaques. And all of these could play a role in helping our community advance truth and reconciliation. And we could use these as an opportunity to explore with the Esquimalt and Songhees nations both collaboration opportunities, partnership interests, and co-management, as a matter of fact, to see if the nations themselves would be interested in moving forward with us on this. But a final thought, and there was a lot of discussion tonight from council and from the provincial representatives both about a regional conversation. And there is something called the Victoria Urban Reconciliation Dialogue. And in our conversations with the Victoria Native Friendship Centre, they suggested that it would be terrific if the District of Oak Bay would join that conversation. Victoria already has, North Saanich has, and the CRD has. And this we flagged for the Reconciliation Committee of Council in early February, and unfortunately, by not responding before now, the April meeting of the Victoria Urban Reconciliation Dialogue was missed. But I know they are interested and would be willing to come and do a presentation to our community in council chambers, at a council meeting, at a committee of the whole. And for us, I think it would be an important, small, but important step forward to joining that important regional conversation that we heard mentioned several times tonight already. So that's a suggestion. I hope council will move on that expeditiously. It's a great opportunity and is pretty straightforward. So thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kilpatrick. I've had the pleasure of attending several of the Victoria Urban Reconciliation sessions, and they're always very interesting. Is there somebody else from the municipal? I see another hand poke up that wishes to address council tonight. Come on forward. This is not for any of the grant packages, just for there to be clarity. It's just anything outside of the agenda. We're a little tight in here. Sorry about that. Yes, please come up, and same process. You could just state your name and municipality of residence, and you have up to 3 minutes to talk to council.
Good evening. My name is William Goldit. I'm a resident of Salish, and I'm president of Africa. Sorry about that. I'm a president of African Heritage Association of Vancouver Islands. So our members are all over the Greater Victoria. We have good numbers in Oaks Bay here. So thank you for giving us time to come to talk to you today.
Are you here to speak to your grant application that you have in front of us?
Application?
Yeah, you have, I think it's the African Heritage Association of Vancouver Island?
Yeah.
So we're going to come to those in just a few minutes.
Oh.
This is for not the grant application time. This is just a general conversation time, and then we're getting to the grant application in order, and you're pretty close to the top of that.
So I was
list.
so quick.
We will come back to you in just a bit, though. Thank you. Is there anybody else who wishes to come forward and address council on any matters that aren't on the agenda tonight? Okay, so with that, we'll wrap up. We're seeing none online either. We'll move over to first item on the agenda here, and we have two, just for those in the audience, if you don't have an agenda right in front of you, it's available online, you can look at it there, but we have two items on the agenda. We have first a debt management policy and a car share facilitation options. Coming to council, we're going to go through those relatively expeditiously, I think, and then we'll get to the grant application pieces. So again, both of them are open for public input, so if anybody wishes in the room or online wishes to address us, I'll give the people that opportunity. But first, we have debt management policy. I suggest if you wish to address us in your online, it's probably worthwhile to raise your hand now so we can go to you at the time that we go to public input. Mr. Payne, our Director of Asset Management and our Director of Financial Services and Asset Management. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just provide a quick presentation in respect to the debt management policy before you. In March of 2022, Council asked staff to draft a debt management policy and requested that it outline purpose, responsibilities, the approval process, and guiding principles with respect to debt issuance. Further, Council asked that we look at best practices and provide a comparison of those best practices, and we've done that. We've conducted the research, and we've provided a draft policy for Council consideration. The research included surveying all of the CRD municipalities and the regional district as well as other local governments in British Columbia, totaling about 40 local governments. The large majority of BC municipalities surveyed do not have a debt management policy. However, there were several larger local governments in particular that did adopt debt management policies. The best practices that we looked at, we weren't able to find very many applicable best practices as it applies to a local government. We looked at the GFOA, the Government Finance Authority, Government Finance Association of U.S. and Canada, the Auditor General for Local Government, which is no longer in operation, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and Public Sector Statement of Recommended Practices. There is some language from the Public Sector Statement of Recommended Practices integrated into the report that Council can have a look at, which we believe is being addressed in our Sustainable Infrastructure Replacement Plan. Now, one could say that we meet best practices with this debt management policy. There are best practices in the GFOA of US and Canada, but they largely relate to the actual issuance of debt instruments, which we don't do as a local government in BC. That's taken care for us by the Municipal Finance Authority. So by happenstance, we meet those best practices, but not by anything that we've done. Some of the debt policy terms that were common in those policies include the amount of debt that councils are comfortable issuing, when it is appropriate to issue debt, and the objective of what those debt are. There's other terms in various policies, but those were present in almost all policies. Just to comment on some of the results from the survey, the existing legal limit right now is that we can spend 30% of our ongoing revenues to service our debt, meaning that we can take 30% of our revenues and spend them on debt principal and interest payments. That's the maximum regulatory limit that we can. And many of the municipality surveys address this and constrained it even further. The majority of local governments that had debt management policies actually constrain that limit further. The current policy before you doesn't provide any additional constraints, but that's something that council can consider. And the rationale for this is simply because our Sustainable Infrastructure Replacement Plan envisions a lot of debt over the next 100 years to replace existing infrastructure, which is similar to what our debt limit would be calculated at today's interest rate to be approximately $225 million. To put that in context, though, we only currently have less than $1 million in outstanding debt. And to address when is it appropriate to use debt, uniformly the policies said for capital. Some municipalities like to reserve debt for core capital, so replacement of existing infrastructure and providing existing services. Other policies also allowed for debt for new services to be built as well. And then the majority of objectives addressed in the debt policies included fairness. So that's what the policies attempted to achieve, was fairness in funding structure, as well as providing stability to tax and user rates over the long term. So council, that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Payne. And again, to anybody wishing to comment online, I've already asked if anybody in the room is expecting to comment on this or ask questions. You're more than welcome to do so. We typically go around this table and ask questions first, then invite the public to comment, and then come back to the table for direction. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Well, thank you. Through you, Mayor, I wondered if you could elaborate, Mr. Payne, on inter-fund borrowing, an example of that.
Thank you, through your worship. Excellent question. Municipalities have the options of using their own reserves to provide funding
for something of which that reserve isn't intended. So for instance, I'll use a specific example we have in our draft financial plan, which would be to use our capital works reserve to fund the replacement of some of our fire apparatus. The fire equipment replacement reserve doesn't have a balance to 100% fund the replacement of our 2 apparatus, so we would be borrowing from the capital reserve fund. And the requirement in the community charter is for the district to pay those funds back over a maximum of 5 years, and at an interest rate equal to what investment returns would have been earned on that in the meantime. And so just to put that in context, our debt servicing costs are so low, comparatively speaking, because the Municipal Finance Authority, often we're able to achieve an investment return at that or exceeding that. So interfund borrowing can actually cost more money than regular borrowing.
Thank you for that. Councillor Smart, continue.
I just one additional question with regards to further defining capital assets as core. Would there be a risk or a limitation in that we wouldn't want to proceed in that direction?
Mr. Payne?
Your Worship, it really is at the discretion of council. Now, we do have some new services being proposed in the financial plan, the Carnarvon Park building being one, which would not be core. It would be a new service. So we would have to find another way of funding that. And it's not... the difficulty with funding new infrastructure is you either have to save up over generations to pay for it, or you have the opportunity to purchase it right now and pay for it over the following generation. So the impact is very similar. The maximum amortization for a debt is 30 years. So if you expand your infrastructure for an asset whose useful life is over 30 years, then you're compressing the payback period into a single generation. So that's an equity piece that council can consider as well when funding new services.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Watson.
Yes, thank you for the report, Director Payne. Just a couple of items I guess I wanted to touch on. In 2018, Shelley Hahn, who is the Director of Business Services for the Municipal Financing Authority, did a presentation for the Oak Bay Council at that time and for members of the community who attended. And Ms. Hahn certainly went over a lot of the things that are covered in your report, the same financial requirements of what would be included for consideration in a bylaw. And she provided guidance on issues that would be relevant to the community and recommended consideration of plans that offered the information of why now, how much will it cost initially, and of course over the useful life of the service of the asset, which somewhat is covered in our financial plan, although we don't see a fuller rollout of that until the project would be considered fully. Are all costs identified in the financial plan, and does it meet organizational philosophy? And I don't know that we have around the council table had a discussion on the organization philosophy of pay-as-you-go, intergenerational equity, risk tolerance, and current debt levels. And I think there are members of the community that are certainly somewhat apprehensive on this, because what is in the financial plan now takes us from, certainly within our region, being one of the lowest debt holders to a major debt holder, certainly more comparable with Saanich in the city of Victoria, although albeit with a much lower population of residents. Ms. Hahn also recommended in her that council's objectives might include guidance in consistent decision-making, ensure that the debt servicing costs are maintained at affordable levels, particularly in the period of the 10 to 20 years. And we are not really at the maturity yet in our financial planning, I don't think, to be able to provide that to relate to our debt management policy. Ensuring flexibility is maintained, and I know that you've touched on that in presentations. And establishing best practices in debt management through district policies. Hence my request a year ago to, and in fact, work on a debt management policy. I've also been watching Kelowna quite closely because they started almost a decade ago and have become recognized leaders, I think, in the province on this. And their policy includes the need for, and council annually endorses a 5-year plan, a 10-year capital plan, and a 20-year servicing plan. And they do that primarily because they say there's always difficult decisions to be made, particularly in an inflationary environment, which we find ourselves in now, and that we need to optimize spending and balance needs versus wants. And I think there was a letter from Mr. Sultanum who commented about that too, and it was touched on by Councillor Smart about core services. So I think those are perhaps things to think about, but my main concern, as this will come back to council, is just the magnitude of the debt and the philosophy of very much being a pay-as-you-go to securing debt and having a good communication plan to articulate that to the community. So in addition to this debt policy, which we will think about when we come back to council, what other tools do we have to use to gauge the magnitude of what we are undertaking in the policy?
Go ahead, Mr. Payne. I'm going to maybe ask people to focus get to questions a bit quicker because we're going to use up a lot of time with comments on the motion that hasn't been made yet. But go ahead, Mr. Payne.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and a lot of good points. And forgive me if I wasn't able to keep track of all of them, but I'll comment on what I can and answer your question. And I would say developing a philosophy towards debt is a common theme in the debt management policies that you find, especially the larger local governments. And the reason being is that they can choose the level to which they can expand their capital services and apply their debt philosophy to that. And Oak Bay's experience is a little bit unique in that most of the projected debt, almost all of the projected debt, is to retain core services. And that is in conjunction with significant, maybe not use the word significant, but tax increases to support the sustainable funding of infrastructure as well. So it's really to replace core capital services that there's not a lot of discretion for council to use in that regard. Now, when expanding capital services, that's where council has a more discretion to consider affordability, and council also would need to define what is meant to them by affordability. So those are measures that we can develop, but we would need to have a discussion with council around what council means by affordability. Now, in terms of tools around the communication of debt and flexing further decision making around debt in the future, I outlined the further controls in the report that must go through before debt is issued, and that includes a loan authorization bylaw. Typically, there's a requirement in the community charter for the district to get elector approval for debt if it exceeds 5 years, and if it exceeds more than 5% of your annual ongoing revenue. So we will have to go out for elector assent for what's being proposed in the 5-year financial plan, and as you mentioned, a robust communication plan around that is essential for engaging the community. So that would certainly occur as well. And forgive me, I'm forgetting the last point I wanted to make. I apologize. It's not coming to me at this moment.
Councillor Patterson, is there anything that wasn't covered that you'd like to get an answer for?
There's just one other part of this, and that is we have a debt management policy that we were looking at tonight, and how would we frame this in a way so that if we wanted, as members of council or even members of the public, to compare funding improvements either through using the debt outlined in the policy or through sustainable contribution to reserves?
Go ahead, Mr. Payne.
Your Worship, when council will be asked if they want to fund, how they want to fund the debt servicing cost, the question will be, would you like to use your sustainable infrastructure funding stream? So you'll take some of the transfer to reserve budgets and convert it to debt servicing. That would maintain the tax impact steady. Or do you want to have an additional tax increase on top of your sustainable stream? And of course, that would maintain reserve contribution growth at a faster rate. So council will be given that opportunity in the 5-year financial planning process. As the five-year financial plan draft appears right now, it's tax increases in the next 4 years. But we need to firm up that question with council when the time comes.
Patterson?
And questions that I have received is this what is proposed in here and what is actually outlined in the 5-year plan? I think the 5-year plan, we went from year one having about 134 in the debt interest payments to 1.9 in year 2027. So that's a considerable uptake. And so there's the debt policy that we deal with, but also then that sustainable contribution to reserves, and how we should interpret it. Would it be through the interest paid against the debt service with the sustainable contribution to reserves above and beyond that, or would one reduce?
Mr. Payne?
Your Worship, the debt servicing costs would remain the same. The only question is, would you be funding that with additional tax or utility increases, or would you use existing budgets being the transfer to reserve? And, as part of that discussion, staff would provide the financial implications of either choice or a combination. And really what it comes down to is, if you maintain your sustainable funding stream, and therefore fund the debt servicing with an additional tax increase, you also maintain the investment returns that stream attracts. However, if you're using that stream to pay down debt, to pay debt servicing, you no longer attract that investment return for that. So we would quantify what the impact in the short term and the long term is. And that brings me to what I recall that I wanted to respond to a comment you made in terms of providing longer term capital plans, because right now council is being asked to approve debt in the financial plan for some very specific assets that are being replaced, the protective services building being the largest one in the financial plan. But if I were council, of course I'm an accountant, but if I were council, I would ask, so how much of the remaining assets, because we have a very large inventory of assets, will require debt, and do we need to prioritize debt for that? And, we aim to achieve that by providing a 20-year comprehensive capital plan. That's part of the comprehensive asset management plan. And that capital plan would combine all assets and optimize our capital output for all of those assets. So we could provide that insight. I'm not able to give you a timeline for that tonight, but that's certainly an objective that the district is hurrying towards.
Yes, something else? Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. And I guess the last comment I will make is that I suppose for many of the communities where they are limiting the threshold of debt that they will incur as districts, there is that balance of then they may have more sustainable contributions to reserves. And so really I guess it comes down to, as a member of council, do you manage it more through sustainable contributions to reserve funds and pay it that way, or do you, and which might cause you to limit the magnitude of the debt that you will incur, or do you go for perhaps increased debt and not the sustainable contributions? However, I think that's the greater question, and I don't know if that will be something that will be coming along as further information to just inform both council and the public about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to Mr. Payne. I'll be really quick. I just wanted to particularly thank you for giving us this early draft to think about the kinds of things that would be in a policy, and I understand what Councillor Patterson is raising about trade-offs, but you have given some suggested guidance about when we might decide to take on long-term debt under certain circumstances, and I just had a question of clarification. In 4.1 in the draft, you've given 4 possibilities, and I'm not sure if they're mutually exclusive, if they're all ors. Is it or is it A or B or C or D, or is it, so that's just a question for you to think about. I don't even need an answer right now. And I also wanted to ask, for A, in terms of definitions of thinking about what a high priority capital asset would be, how we would define that. So when we hear more about this, I would like to get a sense of what other thing we could point to which was fixed in its definition. Should we adopt these policies, that we knew what that really meant to ourselves and to the public. So those are just questions for you to take away, but I don't need a response on that.
Well, let's get answers now. Okay. So I think the first answer is or I think any of those items would allow for that to be reserved. Okay, and the second question of that, perhaps you could touch on as well.
Through your worship, it's an excellent point, because priorities are established by council, and they can change from time to time. There is no definition of what we mean by high priority here. Certainly, I could provide you with what I think high priority means, and essentially that would be core non-discretionary infrastructure replacement. But council can certainly provide a different definition or philosophy for what's meant by high priority. Yeah.
Just a further point of clarification, though, I understand what is being said about or, but there's an and between C and D, which applies that it would have to be both of those things in order for us to be considering it. And I'm not sure that's what's intended, but I just put that out there.
Thank you for that. Any other questions of staff on this matter? Councillor Braithwaite, if you have a question, you feel free to just speak up, and we'll take you in here. And I will, I don't have much in the way, but just for process here, obviously if we don't have a debt management policy, we are just abide, as you point out, under the constraints that we're giving under the Local Government Act and the Municipal Finance Authority. So this provides, if adopted, gives us a bit more granular, but it's pretty much in alignment with those policies. So tonight we're just basically going to be recommending to council to adopt it or to send it back to staff with some suggested changes to come back in the future. But those are the options that we have here right now. Go ahead, Councillor Green.
I'm willing to make a motion if council is agreeable.
We don't have to be agreeable. Before you make a motion,
well, sometimes you're disagreeable.
We try to be agreeable, but before you do that, I'm just going to go to the public and see if anybody here wishes to address us or comment on this item on the agenda. I don't see anybody on the online. Anybody in the room here wants to talk to us about debt management policies? I don't think so. We'll come back to this table then. Go ahead, Councillor Green, and feel free to make the motion that you see fit.
I will move the recommendation that the report titled Debt Management Policy, authored by Christopher Payne, Director of Finance and Asset Management, dated April 17th, 2023, be received.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. We don't usually discuss motions to receive, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Unopposed?
And that council consider the following staff recommendations: that debt management policy FIN, which is finance, 019 be adopted.
Moved and seconded. So this is be a recommendation to council next week to adopt it, if that's the will of the body. Discussion on this. Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Yes, if I would like to actually move an amendment to that motion, if I could. And
You have the right to make a motion to amend. Go ahead.
so my motion to amend would be that we recommend to council to adopt the policy subject to including a definition of what we mean by high priority capital assets. So that we need to, sorry, that's not very clear. That the policy actually come back to us before we consider it with an amendment that would include that material.
So I think appropriate motion here would be to refer this motion back to staff to include that, and then we'll get it could come back to a council meeting. I believe it doesn't have to go back to committee of the whole if it's referred. Is that correct, Mr. Coates? I'm getting a nod, but I want to make sure I'm on track for the appropriateness.
Mayor, could you turn on your mic, please?
Sorry, I thought I had it on. My apologies. I'm just suggesting that we make a referral motion. If we want changes to it, we should refer it back to staff with those to make those changes and bring back the amended motion. But our policy. Go ahead, Mr. Coates. Is that appropriate?
Thank you, Your Worship. So yes, it is, and then council could actually direct whether or not you wish that report to come back to committee of the whole or straight to council, bearing in mind that action will come to the next meeting of council to be ratified before staff would act on it.
Okay, so what I might just do, because we're in committee here, we don't have to be quite so structured in all of these pieces. If there's things like that people wish to add, what I might just do is just pull the table here to see if there's a desire, because I think what was noted by staff on that one is that you could define it a number of ways. We'd have his suggestion about me. We want to consider that some different definitions of core. So is there a desire to try and include some definition of core within the policy? See, he's getting nods around the table. Unless you speak up, Councillor Braithwaite, I'll take you as in ascendance on that one. So with that, we'll have an motion to make those changes, to include those. Is there any other changes that people would like, or inclusions that people might consider to be added? Go ahead, Councillor Smart, then Councillor Patterson.
I would like to also have some clarity around 4.1, because I had assumed due to the and in point C that it was needing to meet all of the 4 items. So if we could have some greater clarity around 4.1 as well, that would be great.
Okay, I think that's an easy one. We want to make sure the policy is clear. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, Mayor, and I would like clarity around the projected sustainability contributions and how information will be, I would like to know how information will be presented to council so that when we are viewing and considering debt and the debt policy and whether we want to set a limit of it, we are also considering the magnitude of the contributions for reserves, annual contributions for reserves.
I'm not sure that would be contained within the policy. I'm trying to think of how we might include the requirement for...
And I guess just to clarify that, if we are still planning to proceed with the up to 15 million in annual contributions to the reserve funds, plus going up to a potential 50 million with this debt, or not having a limit to it, so I think that if it comes back to council, my discretion on whether I would adopt it or not will be very much in understanding the ramifications of both sides. I think it's important. It's when you set the policy for debt, it means that you either are using the debt to fund or you are using another mechanism to fund, and so I think you do have to have some comparative in order to decide if you are going to leave this very open-ended with no limit, or in fact you want to limit the amount of debt because of philosophical desire to do more funding of the reserves and balance your management of your funding that way.
So I'm just trying to think of, just because it's a policy, I'm trying to think of wording that we might give some direction to staff on. Mr. Payne, is there a mechanism within this in terms of under maybe a sub-bullet or a new bullet that would talk to just reporting on debt management to be inclusive of all funding within that structures, all capital funding to reserves as well as impacts on those or something? Is that something maybe we could include in here so that there's an expectation as we're doing this consideration that we understand the total balance of impact?
Yeah, Your Worship, I can't think of the exact wording right now or similar wording right now, but I don't think it would be an issue providing policy terms that require staff to bring forward options with respect to how that debt servicing is funded in the context of the transfer to reserve budget for sustainable infrastructure. So I'm confident I can put policy terms together that would achieve that objective.
Okay. Again, the advantage of being a committee of the whole here as opposed to doing this, I'm going to try and consolidate this into a direction back to staff as we do the referral. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Just one other point when I look at the objectives for the debt management policy, would it be appropriate to also add into the objectives minimizing, the risk of safety and liability with aging infrastructure? Because when I look at the objectives as they stand, it makes me think that doing nothing could be the best option, when sometimes it is not.
Mr. Payne, I'm not sure. You've been looking at these pieces, and is that something that we could include as part of the objective? I'm trying to think of how that wording would exactly look like. I'm not going to try wordsmithing here, but
Yeah, through Your Worship, and I think it could be something as simple as, maintaining existing capital services. And we always look at maintaining capital services through that risk lens, and that's how capital investment is often prioritized, which that's where I was already leaning towards the definition of priority. So I think that if that covers it, that would be appropriate.
okay. Thank you. I'm just looking at what's on the screen here, just for clarification. The first bullet there is the definition of core capital asset, I think was the terminology. Is that correct? Not major. I think it was the core. High priority. Okay. Thanks. So those are the okay. We don't have to do all the wordsmithing here. I just trying to make sure that we're understanding what else would be included in the policy before it comes back for approval. Is there anything else? And Councillor Braithwaite, again, I'll just turn to you if you wish. Anything you think should be included or taken out of this draft debt management policy, speak up now.
Thanks, Mayor. Actually, everything that I had considered was already put in there.
Okay. Is that wording the risks regarding maintenance of capital services capture what you'd like to have in there, Director Payne?
Your Worship, I would wordsmith it to say risk regarding maintaining capital services.
Okay. Councillor Green, do you want to add anything else?
It's more of a question for staff through you to Mr. Payne, but we haven't done our budget survey as yet, have we? And I was just wondering, is there a way of including this for information in that survey document? It is a very dry topic, but I think it's important that the public has, a basic understanding of what debt management policy and debt management actually means. And I'm not sure everyone would fully understand it. So I'm hoping that there can be some clarity in that survey document. Would that be possible? Something added there to inform? Thank you.
I think that's not part of this motion, but we'll take it as a question to take back. Thank you. All right. I don't see any other pieces. So the motion here is just to refer this back to staff to include some recommendations on these 4 items. Okay. And Councillor Braithwaite, are you able to see the screen here?
Yes, I can, Mayor.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I don't have to read them aloud. So with that, we had a referral motion. I'm going to just, Councillor Watson, would you make the motion just to refer it back to staff as, you know, to include these 4 items? And I don't think, up to you, I would probably suggest this can probably come back to, if people feel this is close enough to be inclusive, it'll come back to council if people want a chance to delve through it. To refer it to a future council meeting to consideration with these changes. Okay, so that's is like to make that motion.
Thank you, Mary. Yes, I would like to move that debt management policy as drafted be referred back to staff for the inclusion of the items that are shown on the screen. Would you like me to read them now? I'll just leave them. We've got them up there in public. And that the amended policy be brought back to a future meeting of council. Thank you. That's my motion.
Is there a seconder for that? Seconded, thank you. Is there any other discussion on that? I'm just going to take a moment just for all of you who sat very patiently through this discussion. What's going on here is that over the last number of years, we've been diligently adding money onto the tax roll to put towards capital asset replacement. We have 4 more years, I think 4 to 5 more years of that, of incremental increases to be at 100% funding. So we're trying to fund 100% of all of our known assets over the lifespan of all of those assets, so that basically we have a nice steady payment that always pays for things. But of course, we haven't been doing that for years, so we don't have enough money in our reserves at this point to pay for that. So we're looking at ways of, currently we're going to be drawing down our reserves, then we'll be borrowing to keep funding that, and then as we pay off that debt to come back to the point of paying. And that's kind of the debt policy. We've traditionally not had much debt, but we're trying to maintain a smooth impact to residents over the course of its lifespan, and it's a lot of money. So this is hence the desire to have a bit of policy attached to it to guide that. So I know it's a bit of a dry thing, but it's actually quite critical for us to make sure that we're doing it right as we're doing it in the long run. So thank you. All right, I'll call the question at this point. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. I gave a pause there to let council. To 8.1, which is the car share facilitation options. Unless there's anything else arising out of that. No, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Payne. Appreciate having that come forward. Go ahead. We now turn to Mr. Bowl, our Director of Community Building and Planning. This came out of a present options and making sure that we're enabling those to exist in our community in a reasonable way. Welcome, Mr. Bowl.
Thank you, Your Worship. I prepared a short presentation to summarize the report, and I'll quickly go through that, and we can revisit slides if need be later. This is in response to a delegation that was delegation presentation made last year by Modo, the Modo car share, the car co-op, I should say, and we're following up on that as requested by Council. There were 3 requests by Council at that point. To identify a point of contact for car share operators, to explore options for regulations that would facilitate access for round-trip car sharing, and thirdly, opportunities to support zero-emission car share fleets, and this was in response to the presentation and requests from Modo at the time. Before I go into the details, I wanted to highlight that we are talking about 2 car sharing models in the report. We decided as staff to also cover the one-way system on the right-hand side, just because we're touching the topic. We felt we'd look at both options simultaneously. On the left-hand side, station-based, that is what Modo's model is. They have, the car lives on the station and returns to that after every use. And on the right-hand side, that's more typical of Evo. You might have seen the cars throughout this region, and they can be parked in certain home areas throughout those areas. To start off with some context of what the district in the past has set out for this. In our official community plan, we do have a policy that includes a reference to carpooling and ride-sharing car co-ops, and that is part of our transportation policies, and it's part of a broader strategy that is aimed at reducing car use, car ownership, and promoting and facilitating other types of transportation. The benefits, particularly related to car shares, are that vehicle ownership could, over time, be lower than if people own their own cars. Secondly, it does provide access to cars to a portion of the community that not necessarily has funds to own their own car or wants to save on car costs, so to say. And thirdly, through the data that we know about car share operators, that there is less greenhouse gas emissions related to those households that rely on those. Firstly, the point of contact, that's the easier one. After discussion among staff, the point of contact could be my department, because usually if there's questions, there's some element around planning involved, so that's the recommendation there. Secondly then, adapting regulations, there's a couple of options of various regulations which I'll recap through the coming slides. The first one regarding round-trip car shares on streets. Currently we have issued one license of occupation, and there's 2 other motor cars as well in our community, but they're located on private land with stradas. What we propose to do is to create a proper option for this this particular use under the Streets and Traffic bylaw through a traffic control order that would cover a better fit with the Motor Vehicle Act and be a preferred option to arrange for one-off stalls, parking stalls on the street for moto or moto-based model, something like that, which is a round-trip model. The second one, moving over to one-way car shares, that's a different option that we would need to entertain if we wanted to make provisions for that. Right now, that's there's no car share that seeks to do this at this moment, but this could be allowed similar to what the City of Victoria is doing by allowing one-way car shares on in limited time parking zones. That's a term from our own bylaw, or the residential-only parking zones. Another topic in the report that is touched on is how to incentivize car sharing facilities in new development. And these are two key options there. Car share access could be added to our parking facilities bylaw, and it would be part of a strategy to provide proper transportation and parking options. But in this case, it could be instead or in lieu of a number of parking stalls, and instead of those parking stalls, a spot for a car share could be provided. Second option here is to designate as a car share only parking space on site and then add EV charging to that. It's a bit of a crossover with another request that I'll come back later to. And then another item under options is business license. Our business license bylaw currently doesn't really cover car shares. And even in the definition, it's really focused on businesses operating at a profit, and both the current car shares in our region are not quite profit-based, but they operate like a company, so there's some gaps there that could be updated. And finally, not referenced in the report, but I noticed it was referenced in the motor presentation last year. The zoning bylaw does also contain a barrier, but only for a certain scenario. In this case, parking a car share car outside a garage, so in the open air, so to say, that is currently not allowed in the zoning bylaw, so that should be or could be cleaned up at some point. The official community plan policies are already talking about transportation demand management, and it's common practice these days to consider car shares as part of those kind of transportation demand measures, which would include bicycle parking or shuttles sometimes. So that is generally covered. Now turning to what is something I touched on minutes ago, but zero emission car share vehicles. This was one of the other topics Moto was asking about. Can the district be part of an approach or support their efforts to over time seek to achieve a zero emission fleet? A couple of the options in the report mentioned for this are to perhaps designate resources to promote rebates that might be available to property owners for existing buildings, stratas, if they're interested in car share parking, and what options there are to introduce charging facilities on site. Secondly, to look at new development and use the rezoning process or other reasons to work with applicants and provide car shares and EV charging for those car shares. And finally, we could also look at, as a district, at looking for parking for car shares on public streets or public lands. The one example we have is at Monterey, although I don't think it's combined with charging, and look at that way as a way to promote both EV charging or zero-emission car share fleets. And these are all options that we are not recommending to explore right away, but would require a separate project. So that brings me actually to those options. So as you will see in the report, option number 1, which is also our staff recommendation, is to amend the street and parking bylaw to have the best formulated options to support the round trip, the motor-style car shares on the street, designated contacts. Option 2, and that deals with most of the other options that I just went over in the presentation, to make changes to regulations and policies or consider a program. That's combined. It's quite a bit of work that is currently not in our work plan, not in any of our projects that we're considering, but it could be a council priority project. It's probably not a very high priority at this point, because through our discussions with both car share operators, we know that Evo is not in the short run interested to roll out beyond their current home area. And for Modo, they're seeing some incremental growth, but so far we have been able to accommodate them. They find their own places onto private sites, and for the one spot we have made arrangements in the past already. So it's something that could be explored at a future date. I mentioned 2024 here, but I think it might still realistically, before the need arises, a couple of years later. And the third option is, given all the information that we received today, maybe you would like to leave this information or sort of report for information only, and we don't need to make any changes to any bylaws at this point. Those are the options. And then to close off the recommendation and put the recommendation on the screen, we recommend to receive the report, assign the Community Building and Planning Department as the point of contact, and to undertake a minor amendment to the Streets and Traffic Bylaw. Oh, and in closing, I'm also joined today by Mr. Robertson, the Director for Engineering and Public Works. He's also available to discuss any or answer any questions about the Street and Traffic Bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll invite the public to speak to us on the matter and then come back for some discussion and recommendations to council. Councillor Braithwaite, you're very quick with your hand, so I'm going to bring you in first. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Yeah, I just have a question. I thank you so much for bringing this report forward, number 1. It's really needed. I'm really looking forward to being able to expand this program within Oak Bay. But my question goes to, and some people sitting around the table may remember this, when we initially had a bike share program that came into Oak Bay. And my question is basically the same that I had around that program, which is right now we only have 2 car share programs that are currently around, I guess you could say. And if we decided that we're going to allot 10 parking spots for a car share program, what would happen when another car share program came in? Would those 10 spots then be divided by those 2 car share programs? And say 5 car share programs came in, would those 10 spots be divided by it's only 2 spots per car share. So that's, I guess, my question is how do we mitigate against, or how do we mitigate with having a popularity of this kind of cause us to need more and more parking spots, and how do we remain fair to all of the different organizations that might come forward?
Thanks, Councillor Braithwaite. A question probably really directly relevant to any public spaces, not the ones on a private land you can choose. But Mr. Bold, do you wish to, have you thought about that in terms of the possibilities? Go ahead, please.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. Right now, the recommended amendment would specifically cover only one-offs, but on street. And right now, that would only be Modo doing the round station approach, or round trippers approach. There's a fairly high barrier to start a car share, so there are, of course, others around. In the Lower Mainland, there's 1 or 2 others. There was Car2Go, but that one stopped operating. But yeah, the change that we are proposing is specific to round trip, and what we anticipate is that each stall would be specifically requested still under that bylaw amendment, and likely that we would choose wording that the Director of Engineering could review that particular request for the one parking stall. So it would be a one by one approach. And that also means that those stalls are specifically earmarked for that particular car share and not shared with others or future operators. They would need to come back to us and make a separate request for that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson and Councillor Smart.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to Director Bull. Thank you for the report. Just a couple of clarifications. The goal would be then to have electric vehicles, which would of course require the electrical to be placed in a strategic location so that the car could actually use it. What was the I'm sorry, I don't recall. I know we have had this before at council. What was the range of costs to install the charger stations for them? And would that work with, would the car share company pay for it? Would it be the people that in fact also get fees for the use of the charger? Where does the responsibility lie, and what's the district's responsibility in that?
Go ahead, Mr. Bull.
Through you, Mayor. Yeah, that is something that would be part of that the future potential project. Right now, we're suggesting that either or could be happening. Maybe we provide space and the car share operator installs their own infrastructure, or maybe the district at some point, or maybe through the region. There is a grant application in through the region, although that is more meant for the general public and not earmarked car share use. But maybe at some point there is a reason or a means for the district to support something like that. So that's all open. In terms of cost, I'm not quite sure what a street-based station would cost. I'm a little bit familiar with the residential part, but that's probably a different, I'm not sure if Mr. Robertson has information on that, but we don't really have that kind of detail available today, I think.
Patterson?
Thank you. And just one further clarification. In your report, you did talk about potential for having the cars on private property where they could be permitted to sit actually in front of the house as opposed to certainly in a garage or something. And I guess what isn't clear to me then is, I mean, potentially could a homeowner set up a business arrangement with a car share company so that the car was there and somehow the agreement would work between the car share company, so it in fact was a bit of a home business, I guess, in a sense, for the party whose property it was on.
Mr. Bull, I think most of these considerations are for multifamily, not for single-family pieces, but I guess probably something to make any comments on the possibility of a private lot being used as a. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. That's where I think that touches on one of the options for a future project to look into zoning bylaw language. It depends a bit how we would change those rules. Right now, a owner could have on-site parking in a garage and may well park a vehicle there. That's already an option. It's really the outside that is a question mark. I think that's probably a fairly theoretical one, unless there's a big bonus. I know that in the case of Modo, we know that they have partnered with Stratas, but mostly because there are members either in that building or in that area, they try to find a place to accommodate that. So, I guess that would be a scenario to be further explored in the future.
Thanks, Mr. Bull. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Well, thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Mr. Bull. I've had a lot of residents contact me with, desire to have more car share in the community, and I'm wondering, with option one, is it still a passive approach in which we would still wait for Modo to come forward and suggest where they might want a spot. I'm just trying to find clarity on whether or not option one is at all sort of incentivizing or encouraging finding more car share spots in our community, or if it facilitates residents coming forward and saying, I really want car share in my area, because it has arisen at the Coolkit meetings quite a bit. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Bull.
Through you, Mayor. Well, I think it needs to be clear that the recommendation for the minor amendment is for a reactive approach. We would make it, would have better regulations in the street and traffic bylaw, but it would still hinge on a car share to come forward and say, well, we'd like to place a station here. Yeah.
Go ahead.
And then just one follow-up question with regards to on page 5C, where you start talking about the options to incentivize car sharing in new development. I'm just curious, and maybe this is too early to answer the question, but when you talk about putting designated car share spaces in lieu of parking, as I'm saying this, I'm thinking it's maybe too early to ask, and you're saying this is a council priority project, but I was just curious about the ratio there and what that would look like.
Mr. Bull?
Thank you, Mayor. Maybe a question for clarification. I think Councillor Smart is probably referring to what is.
I think the question
how many
is sort of,
parking stalls?
Are you prepared at this point to answer, like, do we have a sense of what would be appropriate for if would it be appropriate to replace, say, 1 stall or 10 stalls or 100 stalls with one mode car share? But if you don't ready to answer that question, you definitely don't have to at this point.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so that would be to be determined. I know from experience in other places that it's probably several stalls that you could reduce, but it does hinge on local conditions, and the kind of usually a traffic consultant will identify what the kind of relevant local context is. So Modo, for example, would provide information how many members per car they have in a certain area, and that would inform that kind of trade-off to have a realistic estimate of what that trade-off would be. Thank you.
Continue.
I wondered if you could comment at all on the potential revenue for the district of not going yet to the EV aspects of it, but just to having car share in the community, as to whether it would be with the business license and the allocation of parking spots. Is it potentially deemed to be sort of a cost neutral or a revenue making aspect to have car share in the community?
Mr. Bull?
Through the Mayor, it depends a bit what kind of policies and fees we would set up around it. In the report, I did comment on some of the costs to install stalls. It depends a bit how that would relate to our transportation policies. I would think we would probably more in the context of promoting different modes of transportation. I would expect maybe more cost recovery would be the ideal approach, and it might be hard for some of these not-for-profit entities. Yeah, and then I don't think, unless Mr. Rootsen has ideas, I think before anything related to parking actually makes money, I'm not sure what it would take, but that's probably outside of my expertise.
Thanks, Mr. Bull. Anything else? Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to Mr. Bull. Just a question about option 1, or an observation. I see that you do point to some fees for signage and thing, and I just wanted to ask, it's kind of double-barreled. One, I suppose in some case these might be, whether they're nonprofits or not, they are businesses, and we can't be assisting business as they're operating in the community. So I just wanted to ask what thought you would give, if you haven't already, in the report to making sure that we are getting cost recovery or are not for things like setting up signs, which should definitely, in my view, be part of the expense to the operator if they're getting a designated space.
Thank you. Mr. Bold, wish to comment?
Yeah, through the Mayor, that would be part of the one amendment that we do want to make. We could look into that, make sure that we keep that in mind. It does come up in other cases as well when establishing fees. So that would be looked at further when we bring back an actual amendment, if that's council direction.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff at this point? I guess I just want to make clear, there's in the language that's here where it speaks to facilitate round-trip car share vehicle stations. It says throughout the district. Mr. Bull, can you just, for my clarification of that, is that looking at this as sort of on the street throughout the district, or is it looking at just not limiting it per se, but just because it seems to be most of the things we're talking about here are either in-building mode car share things or parking stall type places where you would have an EV type station, and are those considered? I guess I'm just trying to get my head around what that might look like, and I guess that would be ultimately driven by the operators themselves as to where they saw it being placed.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. That's indeed the idea, that the street and traffic bylaw would have options anywhere, but it would still be this case-by-case consideration and depending on the requests. In the case of Moto, for example, there are 2 other stalls beside the Monterey Place are in Norfolk Bay on residential properties. So their model probably would still be located. In future cases, future spots would likely be combined with multifamily sites or central locations. Yeah, thank you. I hope that helps.
Thank you. I'm assuming this we'll get feedback from the public, and then we'll get to. Actually, I'll reserve my comments until we get to any motions on the table. Does anybody from the public who wish to talk to us about this item? Yeah, please come forward. The same process we had before. If you could just state your name, the municipality of residence, and then we'll take your comments. Yep,
there we go.
Perfect.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Marilyn Palmer. I live in Oak Bay, and just wanted to briefly, and I know that this is early days, and there's a lot still to be discussed, but I just wanted to briefly comment from the perspective of the neighborhood association that I represent, which is Uplands, that perhaps a bylaw amendment is a bit premature at this stage because we don't have yet clear direction on the infill housing strategy. And I understand that this option to incentivize car sharing in new development includes what appears to me a suggestion that those parking stalls would be on public streets, not on the sites of the infill housing. So for those of you who are at all familiar with Uplands, you know that there are lots of streets in the neighborhood that don't even have sidewalks, never mind an adequate carriageway to provide for increased on-street parking. And so we believe that the policy change needs to be constructed in a way that on-street parking requirements for developments be undertaken only on streets where there is adequate width, and I think that would be about 15 meters, for 2 lanes of parking, for 2 carriageways, and potentially, depending on the nature of the street, for bike lanes. Because we could end up in a situation where you can't get an emergency vehicle down a street because there's parking on both sides, or it could be a huge log jam. And I'm not sure, when I looked at the Moto presentation, there was no reference in that to the suitability of provision of parking stalls for car shares within the community and where they might work and where they might not work. And we're all looking at the possibility of multifamily on anybody's corner lot. And that corner lot might be, on a street that's very narrow without sidewalks. So I'm just asking for consideration, I guess, of any changes to the parking policy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to turn Ms. Palmer's comment or thing
me
into
to
a
say-
question? No, you can, I'll just ask the staff on this one. If, just for our clarification, changes to the bylaw, Mr. Bull, just, you're looking at, does this, are there, in your mind, the changes to a bylaw, are those to change it to be clearer about the clarification of when and where they should be put in? Is it just to enable them to happen, so that would still happen as a traffic control order? And with those, I guess this will come back to us for pieces, but will it also clarify where and when? Would that come to council for approval, or would it be done at a staff level? Those are the sort of things. I'm just curious about what is it being contemplated within the bylaw, because bylaws can be very clear. You can just basically enable it everywhere, or it can just be an enabling legislation that allows it to happen and still require some staff. So I'm just curious where the staff is sort of leaning right now on that.
Thank you, Mayor, I'd like to encourage Mr. Robertson to chime in as well if he wants to. I'll start. I think the bylaw amendment would be very limited to opening up the option for that traffic order. Our intent is that it would use existing street parking availability, and that there's a current collection for street parking right now. Maybe that changes over time. So that is the basic option that would become available. There would still be case-by-case review. I think, like some other items in the street and traffic bylaw, that would be delegated to the Director of Engineering, but it could also run by council if need be. And how that exactly is reviewed, that's where Mr. Robertson could chime in if he's available, but that would be, in short, what our intent is. Thank you.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Robertson. I see you unmuted yourself, so if you want to add anything, feel free. Mr. Robertson, you are coming through sounding like a kind of a gargling child. So I'm not sure what's going on with your microphone, but you may have to start that again. I think he's, if not, coming back. Okay, well, I think we'll leave that one, since the details will come back in the form of a bylaw in any case for consideration. I think he's heard what we had, the questions that were asked, so those clarifications will be there. Thank you. Is there anybody else from the public who wishes to address us on the issue of car share changes? I don't see anybody online either, so I'm just going to give one last chance here for anybody online who might have indicated. Mr. Robertson, I do see you've unmuted yourself again. Do you want to try that again?
How am I coming through this time?
Oh, so much better.
Sorry, it was my impersonation there. Yeah, I was just going to say that I agree with Mr. Bull and how we would approach that on a case-by-case basis, and would be in places where we already have parking available, as far as I can see from this point.
Thank you for that. Okay, we have some pieces. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Smart. Do you want to?
I was just going to move a motion if we're ready to.
Yeah, so we have the first logical motion is the motion to receive. We can just start there. Do you want to make that motion?
I'd like to make a motion to receive the staff report.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Don't usually debate. Don't looking for some. All those in favor? Any opposed? Unopposed? Go ahead.
I'd like to put forward a motion to advance options 1 and 2. Would you like me to read the motions?
Sure. I think we're just going to need a bit of time to piece here. Sorry, options. Where are the options listed on the actual staff
The bottom
report?
of page 6.
Thank you. Okay. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to separate those. So if we can just deal with them one by one as we go through. So option, first purchase that the director of the community building and planning or the designate be assigned as the point of contact for matters related to car sharing. So that'll be the first portion of that motion that we'll deal with. I'll treat them all as moved, and we'll just separate them for the purposes of voting and debate. Is there any debate or discussion on option 1 on that first portion? Yeah, I need a seconder for this. Sorry for moving all through from options 1 and 2. Moved and seconded. Okay, so thank you for that, keeping me on track here on my procedure. So dealing with that, we'll just deal with the first item then. Is there any discussion or debate on the appointment of the contact. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
I have a clarification on option one. It does speak to drafting the bylaw and the road signage. How many what does this, what is included in this? Is there a number, or is it open-ended and it would be at the request of the operator?
I'm going to come back to that question once we've dealt with the motion, which the part we're dealing with right now was just to appoint the delegate for contact of Mr. Bull, or the Director of Community Building and Planning. I don't see any other discussions. I'm going to call the question on that portion. All those in favor? Any opposed? Give it a little leg here for Councillor Braithwaite. None opposed. That carries. Then we move to the second portion, which is the amendments to the streets and to direct staff to come back with amendments to the streets and bylaw, traffic bylaw, to facilitate round-trip car share vehicles throughout the district. The question was asked, Mr. Bull, just on, I don't think we've, at this point, that's not, those details are not part of this, but perhaps you can just answer the question in terms of what's included or what will be included.
Through you, Mayor, yeah, the proposed amendment on the staff recommendation part would create an option in the street and traffic bylaw to make allowances for car shares. It's not not earmarked for a certain number of stalls. It's simply creating the option and having the right definitions in there so that we can say something about it or can establish traffic orders for these for car shares. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion right now? Go ahead, Councillor Green.
And just for clarity, that would be on a case-by-case basis, as earlier mentioned, through you to Mr. Bull.
Mr. Bull?
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this item? I think we'll probably have some discussion when the bylaw comes back in terms of its nuance, but we'll look forward to having that come back. It looks like all those in favor. Any opposed? None opposed. Councillor Braithwaite, I'm just going to expect you to speak if you're in opposition, but I would normally expect you to speak for the rationale of being in opposition before you voted. So I'll come back to you at the last piece here, which is the portion that's included in, sorry, I've now scrolled away from my screen. Give me a second here. Which is that staff prepare a project backgrounder for car share initiatives and regulations to further explore the other options outlined within this report at the time of the next available update of Council's priority projects. I might just turn to staff as to when the next update is. Ms. Williams?
Thank you, Your Worship. That would be this fall.
Okay. So that was where that's normally where we would review what we might add on to the next set of priorities. Okay. Thank you. That motion is here. Is there any discussion or questions related to that? Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Can I motivate on that motion?
You may not have to. I think if there's any sort of clarification on this, I think we may just want to, Mr. Bowl, just I think for clarification, if this passes, this will then essentially have you create a fairly simple project backgrounder which lays out some of these options that you've outlined in here and how they might be implemented, and then with those, we could give direction at that point to put them into the into council priorities and attach them project planning and so forth. So this would be the first step of actually enacting some of those other options. Okay, just so I think we're all clear on what we're asking for here. Thank you. Any discussion on this? Councillor Braithwaite, anything you wish to add before I call the question?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to call the question then. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. Anything else arising out of 8.1? I'm not seeing any. We're going to move on then to what everybody in the room is here for. Thank you for being so patient. Anybody wants to stand up and stretch? We're going to go through the applications here. We have a process in which each member applicant is welcome to come forward and speak to us to their application, answer a couple of questions, and then we can move to the pieces. So, Councillor Appleton.
Your Worship, just procedurally, I think there was a late addition of the Heritage Foundation as an actual speaker, so I just wanted to ensure that they were on your speakers list.
I have Oh, yes, I do. I have the Heritage Foundation on the speaker
Just
system.
wanted to confirm. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. So, Mr. Payne, thank you for being here. I'm just going to give a little overview for those watching and those in the room as to what we're doing here tonight. So, in the 5-year financial plan, Council earmarks money for grants, and so we're at this point looking for the best way to allocate that total amount of funding into various very worthwhile initiatives. There is a grant guidelines document which helps inform but does not legally constrain the decision-making of council on this matter, so we have some discretion as to where things go. Tonight we're sitting as committee of the whole, as I noted, so we've invited the grant and aid applicants, you mostly, in the room to 3 minutes or less present applications to council, and council has the opportunity to ask some clarifying questions. So this is really our chance to make sure we understand the grant application. We all read the very fulsome grant applications, so we don't need all the details, have time in 3 minutes anyway. But I think it's helpful to have some context for why they ask and why now. And then at an upcoming meeting, we're probably looking at either May 8th or 15th. We're going to be coming and considering those the grant applications and making decisions about how much and where that money will go. So with that, I have an order here, which is mostly alphabetical, but we've grouped a few at the end because there's some conflict of interest, and we want to make it as simple as possible. So the first one here, we have Action Committee on People with Disabilities, and I have a couple of... come forward, please. I'm just going to invite you to represent. I'll keep track of time, but then we'll, as I said, 3 minutes for presentation, a few minutes for questions and answers, and then we'll move on to the next one. So thank you very much for being here tonight. Thanks for your patience, and welcome.
Thank you so much. My name is Kimberly Motcher, and I'm an office assistant at the Action Committee of People with Disabilities since September. So, and Joanne Neubauer, our president, is on Zoom to answer questions from you guys. Okay, so just a quick overview of who we are. We're a charitable organization run by people with disabilities for people with disabilities, and we are a nonprofit who engaged in promoting equal organization opportunity and full participation for individuals with a disability. So, some of the things that we do are persons with disabilities applications. So we help people on the ground who come into our office who need access to resources in order to complete a persons with disabilities application. And those are a large portion of what we do there. I also wanted to point out that we do CPVD, Canada Pension Plan Disability applications, reconsiderations in tribunals. Those are something that other organizations for people with disabilities don't do in Victoria, so that's unique to us. And I also wanted to point out the residential tenancy disputes that we do at our office to help people. We do those quite often to help people with disabilities. Next slide, please. We promote awareness, acceptance, and understanding of the issues and problems facing people with disabilities, and we work towards equal opportunity and full participation of people with disabilities in the community. We push for positive change in the areas of human rights. There's a whole myriad. Oh, sorry, next slide, please. We push for a myriad of different advocacies for people with disabilities in the community. So those are our goals. Our history, we were founded in 1975 in Victoria, BC. So but we serve the whole Greater Victoria Regional District. We were founded in 1975, so we have over 45 years of success and an ongoing presence in the community, helping people with disabilities. So, next slide, please. Yes, we helped, some of our accomplishments, we helped provide feedback on establishing BC Transit's Handy Dart service, which helps people with disabilities to get around in the community without using public transit or without having to commute in other ways, so it's pretty essential. We also push for the establishment of the Taxi Saver program and the low floor bus service. We lobbied for more accessible regular transit to give people with disabilities more choices in transportation. So those low floor buses are essential for people with a wide variety of disabilities, especially mobility issues. I know for me, it really helps a lot getting on the bus and getting off the bus. We worked with BC Housing to establish the rent subsidy program that we run. We have a number of rent subsidy recipients at the ACPD who we help to get rent subsidies every month.
Ms. Motcher, I'm going to ask you just to wrap up because we're
Okay,
past the
sure.
2-minute time frame.
And then, so in conclusion, if you move to the last slide there, a grant from Oak Bay will support our advocacy work on behalf of people with disabilities as outlined in this presentation. And the goal of getting this grant is to help fund us for the full 12 months because we get a BC Gaming grant that we've gotten for many years, but the amount of that hasn't gone up. And so we need 2 more months of funding in order to be able to fund our program.
Thank you very much.
So
Ms.
thank
Motcher.
you very
Just
much.
Stay where you are, and I
Okay.
think we have Ms. Neubauer as well online, I see. So if there's any questions, is there any questions of council? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yes, through you, Mayor. Thank you for the amazing work you do, and I'm so sorry to hear how underfunded you are, and I really appreciate you coming and sharing this with us. I just wanted to touch on seeing that your main ask is for operating costs, but our grant policy is not around operating costs, but I did hear you hint to some projects that this would fund, and I wondered if you could just, I guess, summarize some of that project-based work that might give us an avenue to fund you.
If I might ask, whether you prefer I send that to Ms. Neubauer, or would you like to answer that question, Ms. Motcher?
Is she still on the line?
She is,
I don't
yes.
see her.
She is here. so-
Okay, yes,
okay.
go ahead with her, see if she
Okay,
wants to
sure.
answer. Yes.
Ms. Neubauer,
Sure.
welcome to the meeting.
I'll answer that. The funding would primarily go towards our advocacy program. The community gaming grant has not increased its funding to us even after years of countless requests. And Oak Bay has requested us, for example, to consult on accessible sidewalk cafes. And your funding would just help us to be able to know that we are around in order to provide these types of supports to the community.
Thank you very much for that. Any other questions? Councillor Green?
I don't really have a question, but through you, I just wanted to thank you so much for the presentation. It was really helpful. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Don't see any other questions. We have a lot to go through here, so I think that was very helpful. Thank you very much.
Okay.
You do not have to stick around for the rest of the meeting. This is the advantage of being early in the alphabetical order.
Yeah, we
is you
start
get to
with
leave.
A.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank
and
you.
have a great evening.
I wondered if I could just have 1 minute more.
No,
to
we're going
say
to restrict it to the 3 minutes per speaker, Ms. Neubauer.
Okay. I just thought since we didn't get any questions, maybe I could expand on a feature that a lot of people don't think about.
You are welcome if you wish to send a follow-up email that will go to council if there's just some additional information you want to share. We're going to be considering these over the course of the next week, so it's probably best if you can send that in, say, tomorrow, and it'll circulate to council.
Okay, thank
you very
you.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move to, it wasn't on my speaking list, but since I know you're here, the African Heritage Association of Vancouver Island. Why don't you come forward?
Sorry again for the first thing.
No, wouldn't you have liked to?
To run when it is money, because you did passion or something like that. Sorry about that.
No worries. So again, it's the same process. If you could just state your name, your organization that you're with, and then just, you have 3 minutes to talk to us.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, respectful member of council.
Mayor, could we have the mic on, please?
Oh, sorry, yeah, mic that on. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor
My
Braithwaite.
name is William Goldit. I'm the president of African Heritage Association of Vancouver Islands. So this is the organization that brings all the people from African descent on the islands. And our members are over all the municipalities, including your municipalities here, Oaks Bay. So I'm here today to present to you we forward the application for grant. What we do as a community here, we do a lot of things. Number one is to care for peace of domestic peace. When there is sorrow, we are all together. When there is happiness, we are all together. And I think we are contributing too much to save a lot of money, because what the police supposed to be doing, we as a community, we are doing it. So, which is very good for our government. The most important thing we do is for the young people. That is very important. We have been since 2004, we have been building the capacity of the young peoples, engaging them in public life or civic life, you know. So this is what we're doing. We usually do it at UVEX, and we call the program African Eloquence, where all the young people will come and talk about economic, political, and social and cultural issues. Now, last year, we decided that since we have to talk about the young people, they have to lead, not we leading them. So for that reason, we established a youth council, and they meet twice a month for socializing, networking, sharing a story, music, and a lot, just to helping each other, and is working perfect. But the application we presented to you is to help us for what we call intermunicipal youth conference. And the reason we decided for that, we know that we can do our best as the parent, but we know when the child left the home, you are no longer responsible for what happened to the child outside. So we have racial harassment, verbal bullying going on with the children, and children are suffering. They are not performing well at the school. So we decide that since this is a social, not only individual issues, we need to address it. As the saying goes, it takes a village to raise a child. So that's why we came up with the idea that we have to call for intermunicipal conference and working with a school all together to bring the young people to address those issues, you know.
So I ask you to wrap it up. We're at the 3-minute point here.
So that is why we are here today asking for you, if possible, just to support us to make this conference possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask one question off the top, because on the application form we have here, we have the ask that's showing as $7,500, but under the breakdown, it seems like there was it looked like it was probably intended to be a range of asks from different municipalities, totaling a total of $7,500. Was it, just for my clarification, was the ask of Oak Bay $7,500, or was the total amount for the conference $7,500, and you're looking for a portion of that from Oak Bay?
7,500. We you know, there is 7,500 from your council.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification. Are there other questions here? I don't think so. Thank you very much. Is it Duldit? What was the last name?
Goldiet.
Gordiet.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Gordiet. Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We move to the next one, which is the Capital Bike. And I believe we have a virtual attendee here, Mr. Coates. I see you online. Same rules apply. If you could just state your name and municipality or organization, although we know who you are, of record, then you'll have 3 minutes to talk to us about the application.
Yeah, thank you kindly to Mayor and Council. My name is James. I'm the Bike Education Coordinator initiatives in the capital region. Typically we'll ask, or in the past we've asked Oak Bay for funding for Go by Bike Week, but this year we wanted to ask for something with more of a direct benefit to the residents of Oak Bay, and that is for our Everyone Rides Grades 4 and 5 program, which is a province-wide bicycle education program about the foundations of safe cycling that we are hoping to run at Willows Elementary this year, which is the, we were last there in 2021, and we taught all 10 classes of grade 4 and 5 students. It's the largest school that we visit, so we're looking funding to go to Willows once again. That program would include about 270 students, which would be all grade 4 and 5 students. As you'll see in our application, it's a 2-day program. Day 1 includes classroom and theoretical knowledge about road riding, safety, courtesy on multi-use trails, a lot of foundational stuff about biking. And then day 2, we teach some practical skills. Having taught the program when we last ran it at Willows, I could speak to some of the benefits, which include establishing like a foundation of courtesy among bikers. You know, as biking becomes more of a mode share, there's concerns about like, you know, following the rules of the road or biking past people quickly on multi-use trails. We try and, you know, establish a nice foundation of being polite as a biker among young people. There's also a foundation of safety skills so that people biking out on the road or commuting in the future are staying as safe as possible when interacting with cars or pedestrians and things like that. And the program's a lot of fun too for the participants with a lot of games. And I like to think of the benefit of this program as making sure no one at this age sort of slips through the cracks. Like we teach a lot of kids who are new riders who have never ridden a bike before and otherwise wouldn't have the opportunity to learn how to ride a bike. We bring bikes of different sizes and adaptive bikes for students with mobility issues so that everyone can teach fully with the goal of having universal cycling for all students in BC. So thank you to Mayor and Council, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Coates. Well under time, so appreciate that. We probably do have a couple of questions here. Is there any questions of Council for Mr. Coates? Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm just wondering if staff can touch on whether or not we do have a similar program through the Oak Bay Police. I seem to remember that the Oak Bay Police did something like this as well. Maybe not to the extent that some capital bikes would do it, but just out of curiosity, I'm just wondering if the Oak Bay Police still do that, if staff have that information.
Sure. Mr. Coates, I'm not sure if you're familiar or not.
If I may speak to that, I believe that the local police used to run a bike rodeo a few years ago. I believe they haven't done it in a couple of years, but our program is fairly similar to that. It's a similar bike rodeo.
Thank you. I know the bike rodeo was done at the middle school. I'm not sure they did one at the elementary school. So we can find, that's an internal question we can try and answer ourselves. So thank you for that. Are there any other questions of Mr. Coates? I appreciated the answer on the clarification of the number of students that go through. That's a pretty impressive number of children going through that. The actual cost of that, is there external, because Capital Bike has some staff, I think you indicated you provided that. So is this include staff time and so forth for it, or is it, should I understand how this is broken out from sort of the fixed cost the Capital Bike already has, is with existing staff providing it, or are these sort of incremental costs being asked for over and above the standard salary?
Oh, the biggest cost included in the budget is instructors. We work with contractor instructors who we train and are, you know, insured under our policy. And then there's a bit of staff time built in for my time and others coordinating with the schools and coordinating the program materials. And then there's a few administrative costs such as storage of the bikes, maintenance of the bikes. But the main cost is, paying the instructors who deliver the program.
Thank you for that clarification. Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Through you, Mayor, just one question to our presenter, please. Of the, I think you said 270 students approximately, does that represent 100% participation, or is that an estimate of who would come out of the students who are available?
In my experience, having taught the courses before, almost 100% of the students will participate. The only exceptions are really kids that'll be sick, which might be, 10 less kids, but everyone will participate in some way. Even if they're not biking, they can, act as a pedestrian in one of our stations or something like that.
Thank you very much.
All right, I don't see any other questions here, so thank you very much, Mr. Coates. You're, of course, welcome to stick around and watch the rest of the evening, but you do not have to. I am going to go, my apologies, I had a couple of different options for order, and I I went from one to the other and skipped over the Community Association of Oak Bay, and so I am back to you now, and lest you fear that you were ignored, my apologies. Same process as before. Maybe you, Ms. Cochran, since I can't pretend not to know you since you're on my police board, perhaps you would just introduce the people that you're with at the table, and then I'll start the timer.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks. Good evening. As Mayor said, my name is Heather Cochran. I'm the president of the Community Association of Oak Bay, and with me today is Bruce Kilpatrick, our vice president, and Rick Marshall, our treasurer. If we could go to the next slide, please. The Community Association is a registered nonprofit society. It was founded in 2008. It's also a founding member of Reconciliation Oak Bay. Simply put, we promote opportunities for Oak Bay residents to engage positively in community, to learn about public issues, and to participate in public conversations on how to make and keep Oak Bay a healthy, green, vibrant society. The Snow Wyeth welcome pole at Oak Bay High School, which you see on this slide, is something that the Community Association was instrumental in raising back in 2015, together with the district and other partners. And we feel that it really epitomizes the nature of the work that we do, which is spreading good energy. We're volunteer driven, and we operate not for the benefit of our own members, but for the benefit of the broader Oak Bay community. The Oak Bay walks and talks that we've become known for hosting are always open to the public and free to attend. They're focused on public issues, encourage community engagement, and promote quality of life here in Oak Bay. This year, as we celebrate 15 years of service to the community, we aim to return to a robust schedule of public events like that in the post-pandemic, knock on wood, age. If we could go to the next slide, please. Thanks. This is a sampling to give you a sense of the types of community events that we participate in. Everything from the Tea Party Parade, the Bowker Creek Brush Up, Camas Day, and the like. And the next slide, please. And this gives you a sense of the types of community events that we host, including last October's All Candidates Forum, which I know each and every one of you attended, as well as our recent AGM this past February, which Minister Rankin referenced in his comments, I think, earlier this evening, where we had a talk as well on reconciliation by UVic's Ryan Moran, co-hosting community ceremonies to honor the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, and other public talks. Last year, the Community Association also led Oak Bay's fundraising efforts in support of Ukrainian refugees, raising a total of $6,000, which is a significant component, but not all the fundraising that we do. Since 2016, the Community Association has raised $20,000 to support local causes right here in the community, like bike repair stations around the community, an all-weather bike and stroller shelter at Windsor Park, and award-winning signage at Queen's Park in tribute to world-renowned Oak Bay artist Fenwick Lansdowne. If we could go to the next slide, please. We're proposing to use the entirety of the grant amount that we're seeking, which is $3,000, to support hosting public events. This is a photo from a recent AGM, and it kind of illustrates to you what costs are involved in hosting public events. That includes room rental, AV equipment, publicity for events, insurance, which is required by the district, and the like. These events have been attended by hundreds of local residents in recent years, including 250 who have supported us through donations and memberships. As I said, we're looking this year to grow those sorts of events as pandemic restrictions ease and to grow our membership. Subject to your questions, those are my comments.
Thank you very much. 3 minutes on the dot. Well done. Thank you. Are there questions of the applicants? Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you so much for the presentation and for the work that you do in the community. Did I hear you say you had 200 members? How many members do you have? I know it was very difficult with pandemic because people kind of disengaged, but what is the membership? Is it returning?
Yeah, so the 250 number is the total number of recent years memberships. Our memberships are done on an annual basis. So we signed up a bunch of new members at our February AGM, and that number tends to continue to grow throughout the year as we have people renew their memberships and add more. If you're looking for a current point in time, we can give that to you as well. But does that answer your question?
Are there any other questions of Community Association? Can I just ask a question on the ask, because we've typically over the many years it's been sort of in the ranging of $1,000 to $1,500, and last year there was an ask made of $3,000 to cover the exceptional costs of the All Candidates meetings and a couple of other specific events that were asked for and was given. And I'm just I appreciate there's always been sort of the listing of a number of events. Most of the events are not high cost; they're relatively low cost. So I'm just curious if there's some specificity available to the specifics of the number or the type of activities that would actually drive some of the cost ask of this year.
Yeah. Did you want to speak to that?
Well, each year the costs have been going up, and as we try to have more and more of the Oak Bay Talks events, the cost of the rentals have been increasing year over year. The cost of the liability insurance that we're required to have has been going up. In the last 3 years, it's gone something up about 50%, up to $750 now. The cost of advertising and publicizing the meetings is increasing each time. So we estimate that this is sufficient to cover what we hope to do this year.
Thank you. Don't see other questions here, so go ahead, Councillor Green.
Through you, thank you. Thanks very much for the presentation. And I just wondered what projects you have planned for the future over the next year, and can you give us a hint at what's coming, other than some of the very good activities that you do? And just a point of interest, years ago that grant was around 3 times as much, and it was reduced over time. So I think at one time when I was first on council in the 2011 term, I think it was $10,000 for the KOP. So anyway, I'd be very interested to know what you have planned this coming year. Thank you.
Well, thanks for the question. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, please.
Thank you for the question and for that historical context. 3,000 is positively reasonable then. We don't have a set lineup right now. Many of the events that we participate in are annual events. We'll be out of the Tea Party and Canvas Day, etc. Again, many of our events that we're hoping to organize and in the process of contacting speakers on are focused around reconciliation. Obviously, you heard a lot, including tonight, about the treaty process that's underway. And as a founding partner of Reconciliation Oak Bay, we also help financially to support and to co-host events with them. So we expect and are aiming to have that be a significant component of the types of talks that we put on, and the keynote speaker Rai Moran that we had at our AGM is consistent with that theme. Did you want to add anything?
No, but if you are engaging elders, I think everyone recognizes that you also have to honor their presence appropriately, and that involves a handshake. So there's just yet another example of increasing costs, because those are not things that historically have been done here. But there are a variety of issues that we're talking about, the kinds of things that people are talking about on the street that have concerns, housing, climate action, those kinds of things would all be part of our consideration set, I think, at this point.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Just I think for clarification too, I think it was 2 years we gave $10,000 towards the Snowaya pool. Specifically, it was just part of a general grant, but yeah, thank you for that. Thank you very much for coming this evening. Moving to the next on my list, I'm just going to make sure I'm not missing anybody. I have the Community Social Planning Council. Is a representative from the community? Oh yes, thank you. Oh yes, go ahead, Councillor Smart.
I just wish to recuse myself for this presentation due to perceived pecuniary interest due to a business relationship with the organization.
Thank you for that. If you'd step out, we'll just call you back in here as soon as we're... I have way too many pages of notes to go through here. Go ahead, Councillor Green. I'm going to come back to that if they're here. They weren't on my list of people who registered, but I'll come back and make sure that they're here. So now that she's left the room, I'll continue with the Community Social Planning Council. If I have here Santiago, is that correct? Anybody here from the Community Social Planning Council?
Yes, I'm here online.
Okay, perfect. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Sorry for not being able to join in person as I had intended. Thank you for this opportunity to present CSPC's grant request from the District of Oak Bay. Next slide, please. So we are the Community Social Planning Council of Greater Victoria, a nonprofit organization focused on 4 key areas: housing affordability, community innovation, economic justice, and climate equity. Our diverse staff with various lived experience bring unique insights and expertise to tackle these pressing issues full services such as the Rent Bank, the Greater Victoria ID Services, and the Low Income Transit Assistance Program. I'll be speaking more about the Rent Bank and ID services in the next slide. Okay. So the Rent Bank provides financial assistance in the form of a no-interest repayable loan to households at risk of eviction for reasons such as non-payment of rent or essential utilities. The loan can be used as a damage deposit and or a first month's rent to move to safe and sustainable housing. Next slide, please. So I apologize that my colleague earlier today was busy closing our fiscal year record, so I'm afraid I was not able to get the exact dollar figure of costs associated with Oak Bay at the office today, but we know that in 2021, residents of Oak Bay made up 4% of total Rent Bank clients and 3% in 2022. We are currently working on improving the data collection with the BC Rent Bank because we are dependent on their intake form for the kind of information that we can gather. So the numbers that I gave you, which is 4% and 3% in the 2 previous years, doesn't show the total number of Oak Bay residents that access the service, just the ones that were provided financial assistance. So, you know, people can call and they may not be eligible for the assistance, but we help them navigate the services that could help them. Next slide, please. So the Greater Victoria Coordinated ID Services plays an essential role in our community by providing a coordinated approach to help individuals navigate the complex processes of obtaining personal identification. Access to proper identification allows these individuals to utilize a range of vital services such as healthcare, housing, and income assistance. This program is especially crucial for marginalized and vulnerable individuals, including Indigenous people and those experiencing homelessness. Next slide, please. So without this service, many community members, including single mothers, Indigenous women, women exiting violence, people in corrections, and those experiencing homelessness will face increased hardship and negative outcomes. Next slide, please. So yeah, this is our ask from Oak Bay. It's for these services, and we just wanted to show here that, you know, this is aligned with the strategic priority of the municipality. It also aligns with broader provincial and national and international mandates for poverty reduction and sustainable cities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And are there any questions? Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to the Community Social Planning Council. It may be in your submission, but I'm not finding it right away. So just a quick question. Is the request as it applies to the Rent Bank to up the capital in the bank, or is it to cover your operating costs of delivering loans from the bank?
It's for covering the operations and loans for the Rent Bank. Yes.
So it's both of those. Is that?
Yes, it's both of those.
And could you say how it's distributed, or how would we?
To give you so although I don't have the exact numbers, right? The average loan would be 1,300, as it is in the slides. But so for each person, that would be the amount, and let's say at 4%, maybe that would amount to 20 to 30,000. So just to give you an idea of how much we're just asking for, actually how much it would cost us to provide the service for Oak Bay residents accessing this service.
Thank you. And if I may, just a follow-up. So the chunk of the capital in the fund from which you issue the loans is provided how? Who's the sponsor for the bank itself? Is that the provincial government?
The BC Rent Bank, yes. And then actually the municipalities of Victoria and Colwood have provided 5-year assistance for the Rent Bank as of this fiscal year, this new fiscal year, yes.
Thank you. I don't see other questions. I just have one quick question, and I was curious about the Greater Victoria Coordinated ID system. I recognize there's also a requirement for HIFIS, and especially for the homeless population, for a consolidated ID system from the federal government for just to access services. Do they compete with each other? This is the first time I've
No,
seen
this
that
is
secondary
this is
ID.
so same with the rent back. This is us providing the service in Greater Victoria.
Okay.
So the provincial service is being provided here in Greater Victoria by the Community Council.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, I don't see other questions here in the room, so I think we're done and you're free to go on with your evening. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Mayor, might we have a motion to extend the meeting?
It's a good idea. Yes, can I get a motion in the hall here just till maximum of 10 o'clock? Go ahead, it should not be that long. Moved and seconded. Oh, we need to just, before we do that, get Councillor Smart back in the room. Thank you, Mr. Coates. We just have a motion on the floor to extend the meeting. So we're calling you back in to consider that. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. We do have the Capital Regional Food and Agricultural Incentives Roundtable Society. I don't have them on my list of people who are here, but they may be online. Is there a member of that organization here to speak to the application? I don't see any, so that's fine. We'll move on to FED, the Urban Agricultural Application. And is there a member here to speak to that? FED is fled. Yes, there we go. I don't see them. Here. If they come back into the meeting, we'll just keep an eye out. But again, if you're online and you're trying to unmute, I'll give you a second. This is for the FED or FED Urban Agriculture Application. Ask at $1,500. Again, we have the application. A presentation is definitely not required. Their application is fully filled in and we can make the pieces. Just a chance for an extra option to present here. So Friends of Boker Creek Society. I'm just going to go through it. Sorry, I'm going to go to, actually, before I get to Friends of Boker Creek, I'm going to go to the Francophone Society of Victoria, or Société Francophonie, as it's probably better referred to. Mr. Edmonds, welcome.
Hello, Council. Good evening. Bonjour. My name is Casey Edmonds. I'm the Executive Director of the Francophone Games that were supposed to be in 2020 and sadly were cancelled. And I've come back out of like a phoenix out of the fire with a new project. So I'm going to show you this short video of 30 seconds about the Northwestern Francophone Games, which will be happening in Oak Bay this summer from July 11th to 15th. You'll notice in this video a lot of local images that are from your community and that are really highlighting these games for the French-speaking youth from Northwestern Canada.
Let's have a look. Mr. Evans, could you enter the providers? Oh, yeah. Red line, 30 seconds.
So as you can see, the District of Oak Bay is a part of the 3 municipalities who are supporting this project and have supported it from way back when. This has been a long, ongoing project, so we're really happy that it's coming through. So we're talking about 500 French-speaking youth from across Northwestern Canada. We are working very closely with School District 61 to get the youth in the French immersion program at Oak Bay to become ambassadors. It's an arts, sports, and leadership program. So they don't only run around and play basketball. There's culinary arts, there's music, there's improv, and the entire, if you go forward in a few slides, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Okay, stop. There's these, oh no, one back. These are the 5 evening events, opening ceremonies in the in Victoria, Francophone night, which will be in Saanich, youth night, which will be at Oak Bay High School on the rugby field, as well as the Friday night leadership and arts night, and the closing ceremonies, which will be at Willows Beach. So each one of those events highlighting one of the districts that are coming on board. And if you go down a couple slides, yeah, keep going, keep going, keep going. Here we go. So this is the image of what you, if you can recognize the school, ultimate frisbee, which will be on the soccer track, volleyball and track and field, which will be on the existing track, and then the rugby field will be turned into a village. So it will have a huge stage that'll be open to the public. We're looking for 200 French-speaking volunteers, and then the last census in 2021, Oak Bay was the highest percentage of French-speaking residents in Victoria, with 15% of your residents who speak French. So this is a great opportunity for the District of Oak Bay to, you know, say bonjour to the Francophone Games. So I hope that you will be at least present, that you can continue your ongoing support, which had started, as I mentioned, in 2018 and in 2019, and that our grant is now kind of funneling to the end. Hopefully, no more after this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Don't leave yet. Are there any questions of Mr. Edmonds before we let him go? Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks, Mayor. Can you please remind me, back in the early days in 2018 or 2019, Council had agreed to give the Francophone Games, it was either $25,000 or $50,000, I believe. And then because they did not go on, that was held back. Can you remind me of exactly what that was? Because I might have my numbers a bit incorrect.
So in 2018, so over the span of the 3 years, 18, 19, and 20, Oak Bay was to give a total $50,000, which is what was matched by Victoria and Saanich. And so in 2018, we received 12. In 2019, received 10, and then we were supposed to receive the bulk of it in 2020. So because that never happened, we never went to council. And so now we're coming to it. There's an ask of 36, but a portion of that is in kind for some of the facilities, as well as estimated costs for closures for the closing ceremonies at Willows.
Is that it, Councillor Braithwaite?
Yeah, so if the 38 is an in kind, then does the total that in cash that they would be looking for, would that total the 50,000 that we had promised before?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
I think the question is just, is the 36,000 plus the 10 plus the 12, it's a little bit more than 50,000. So basically it's total 50,000 in cash, and then the balance is in kind?
Correct, yes.
Do we know how much is being asked for in cash right now? Because I think that's going to be what we're approving, is not the in-kind work so much as the
I
cash.
believe that it's 36.
Okay. Okay, we'll just triple confirm that before we get to the piece,
Yes.
but thank you. Are there any other questions of Mr. Edmonds on this? Can I just ask a question? There was, I appreciate this has changed from the national to the Northwest.
Yes.
And that's changed your funding availability of some of those grants and so forth externally. So just a curious part of that, it was also, there was going to be some legacy fund that came out of the FES, and some of that was looking at going to the track and some other things. Is there any sort of portion of this leaving behind some legacy for the community?
Yes, of course, it is the game's intent to leave behind a legacy fund going directly to Oak Bay and towards the track. That will be dependent on the budget, but what has allowed us to move forward like a phoenix through the fire is the contributions from the province, and then the upheld amounts from each of the municipalities. So if the district comes on board, matched with the provincial funds that have already been allocated to this new project, then I'm very confident that we will be able to leave behind something, and it's our intent to do so, because the community, the municipality, the school has been very, very supportive of these projects. We've gone through 3 mayors, we've gone through 2 directors of Parks and Rec, I've gone through 3 principals. So we've kind of done the rigmarole of this project, and I'm really looking looking forward to just having it happen. And as I mentioned, I hope that you will all be part of it. You'll start to see things happen. You know, there's already been publicity with the video that came out, but you'll see some more events happening in Oak Bay in the coming months.
Thank you very much. Any other questions before I let Mr. Evans go? Okay, Councillor Watson.
Yes, thank you. Just a quick one about the sort of the definition of the participants. Would these be any student who just speaks French, whether or not they're of Francophone heritage? So there's it's French speaking is the qualification.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we utilize the word French speaking for that reason. And this is also why I brought up the census, because those numbers change drastically when you take away the word Francophone. So when we talk about French speaking, we're talking about the students at Oak Bay who are in French immersion programs. We're talking evidently about Francophone students who may or may not have both parents speak French. And so, yeah, anyone who is French speaking between the ages of 14 and 18.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. We move on now to the Friends of Bowker Creek. My apologies for inverting that order. Are there representatives from the Friends of Bowker Creek here?
Yes, hi, this is James Davis. I'm joining online and I will share my screen if that's possible.
I believe that is possible. So go ahead, Mr. Davis.
Okay,
Jen,
can you
if
see that?
Thank you. And please go ahead.
Okay. So good evening. My name is James Davis. I'm the project coordinator for the Creekside Concerts series. Zooming in from my home in Lekwungen Territory and happy to be with you tonight. I'm here to speak about the Friends of Bowker Creek Society. You may know them from some of their projects, including the Chum Salmon Recovery Project. 30,000 salmon eggs were placed in Bowker Creek this February for the second year in a row, and they should be hatching any day now. There's also a number of restoration projects across the watershed, in particular two in Oak Bay, at Oak Bay High and at Monteith. But the project that we're seeking funding for this evening is for a Creekside concert, which we hope to host on July 21st, a Friday evening at Bowker Creek Walkway. It's a free bicycle-powered event featuring live poetry and music performances. This is a project we've been doing for 4 years now, 12 concerts in each, a total of 12 concerts in the 3 municipalities that lie within the watershed. This year, instead of 3, we're just doing 1 concert, and we hope to have over 300 people in attendance. This is a picture of Brianna Bear. We've been collaborating with her for the last 3 years. She's a member of the Thonghees Nation, and we're hopeful that, again, this year she'll be able to attend and welcome attendees to the concerts, to Lekwungen Territory. These are some photos of some of the other performers that we've had at the Oak Bay events over the last 2 years. The tentative lineup for this year's event includes Korean-Canadian poet Sharon Lee, non-binary folk musician Q, and we're hoping folk musician Abigail Lapel, who's fresh off winning the Canadian Folk Music Award for Songwriter of the Year. Some of the other features of the events, we have words from the Friends of Bowker Creek. Here's Soren Henrich speaking about the Bowker Creek Blueprint. We have a 3D watershed model that's a great tool for allowing attendees to place themselves within the watershed and also understand the impacts of pollution and runoff. We have a hands-on art activity that's great for children of all ages. Last year it was make your own salmon on a stick. And then one other piece when Brianna's there is that we have the opportunity for attendees to buy her artwork. She's an artist, and so supporting her as an Indigenous woman in that way. So we found that these events overall have been an excellent way to raise the profile of the organization and the work that we do in Oak Bay, as well as to attract new members and volunteers, and also just a really beautiful and magical way to come together, celebrate water through poetry and music and visual arts. We also feel that fits very well with Council's current priorities, including livability, transportation, promote cycling, climate, the 100% off-grid people-powered event, diversity and inclusion. We strive to amplify the voices of underrepresented folks, including BIPOC and queer folks, and truth and reconciliation is the last one.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thanks for having me.
Turn to members of council. This is a very straightforward ask for a specific event. Is there any questions on this before we move on? Thank you very much for the presentation.
Have a good evening.
You too. We move then to the Friends of Uplands Park application. Usual process, Mr. Thomas. Just
the button.
Yes, push the button, name and organization, and all yours.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. I got a bit of a, I don't have a cold. I'm here as the Vice President of Friends of Uplands Park to speak to our municipal grant application. And I think you're all familiar with what we do. We very much focused on restoration work in Uplands Park, and we've expanded to other areas. But I thought I would just point out how I think this is a really good investment for the municipality. So we're asking for $2,500, and we'll use that money towards purchase of tools and things to support educational programming and restoration work in the park. And in return, and this is under the leadership of Margaret Lidkey, Matt Fairbarns, myself, 2,500 hours of volunteer labor, removing weeds, 226 hours of educational programming. Margaret just works nonstop at this. And we also used $1,000 of monies collected to purchase plants. So the total value of that contribution is conservatively estimated to be $93,850. And, you know, I think over the years through the, we can use this money that we bring in to apply for funding. So I apply for funds on behalf of the municipality from the federal government. And with that money, we hire a professional crew, and or the municipality does, and volunteers. I think we've transformed the park. We've Uplands Park. We've transformed the park. We have a lot fewer invasives and a lot less broom. And so if you add all that up, since 2014, since I've been keeping track, it's more than $1 million of investments from the community, from the municipality, and from the federal government. And this has put Uplands Park in Oak Bay on the international map and also the national map. We recently hosted a tour of 100+ participants at an international conservation conference in Victoria, and they came from as far away as Mongolia, Malaysia, Australia, Chile, and also Uplands Park and other natural areas of Oak Bay are at some stage of approval for becoming what's called a key biodiversity area. And so that's a big deal because it's a program organized by the IUCN, International Union for the Conservation of Nature, to identify all the areas in the world that are special and important for conserving biodiversity. Anyhow, so I think now we've got to the point where we've got a lot done with the we've made great headway with invasives, and now I think we need to move on to formalizing trails in the park, and that's kind of a bit beyond our ability, but the way I would see it, and it's not my place to really say this, but I'm going to say it anyhow, I think what we need is an overarching plan for installing boardwalks and trails and things like that, that we can then take to funders and fund on a yearly basis. So that was my presentation. Just to give you an idea of the KBA.
I'm going to ask you to wrap it up because
okay.
we're over 3 minutes, so thank you.
Thank you, sir.
But I'm happy to take questions if any members of council have any questions. We certainly are very familiar, obviously, with the work that's done, and thank you for all that work.
No slides this time.
There you go, no slides. Any questions, Mr. Thomas, please here? Can I ask, it's not germane so much to the application, but I noticed in the budget, it shows $3,200 being spent on plants. And I'm just curious, is that something that the Friends of Uplands Park usually takes on, or is that something that I was always under the impression that the municipality paid for the plants themselves?
This is an addition, so yeah. So it's money that Margaret gets when she gives programs. They have a donations box, and she uses that. And at the end of the year, we had some extra money, so we bought plants, trees, I think it was.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Thanks for sticking around. And moving on to the, I have, sorry, just making sure I go to this one. I just have the Maritime Museum in my list in my order, so I'm just going to go there as anybody. I don't have them on the list of people attending, but I just want to make sure if they're here and give the opportunity. Maritime Museum? Nope. Okay. And then we have Martlet Publishing Society application. Is anybody here to speak to that? Nope. Again, not on our list of planned speakers, but we've had at least one that was here that wasn't on my list, so I'm just making sure we don't miss anybody. One that is on my list here is the Oak Bay Business Improvement Association for application. Is Ms. Leary? Oh yeah, is here. I see online. Perhaps you can just unmute yourself and welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. Good evening from rainy Laval, Quebec. So it's a bit late for me here. Thank you to staff for assembling the picture. Hopefully you're familiar with our Music in the Village program. It's our street side music program, which we run Friday and Saturday afternoons through the summertime in a couple of time slots. We'll go to next picture, please. We initiated it in 2021 when we weren't able to run any of our popular community events, and it was very popular. We ran it last year. The musicians are paid by us, so they're not buskers. They are fully paid musicians, and generally are professionals that come out. They do accept tips, though, and the public has been enthusiastic about tipping them. They also adhere to a code of conduct, so we can be sure that they present family-friendly, welcoming music. We make sure that all of that is adhered to through our application process. Next slide, please. We ensure that we have music through every block in the village, so it's spread throughout, so it benefits the businesses as well as the visiting public throughout the entirety of the village. And next slide, please. And I realized we focused on taking pictures of musicians and not so much on the public, but here you can see groups of people enjoying the music, relaxing in the village, finding it a welcoming environment, which is primarily why we hold it. It's street side activations, that's low impact. So we do not occupy the parking, we don't close the roads, so we don't have the same impact on the surrounding public areas as we do with our large events, such as Halloween and Christmas. So it's a way to add vibrancy to the village without altering the day-to-day activities of the businesses and the public. We welcome a variety of musical styles and a range in age and genres. Next picture, please. We've had excellent feedback from the musicians, from the businesses and the public, informally, because I haven't done a survey, that they do love having the music and having the vibrancy. The patios, which I understand are continuing through to, I believe, October, have also been benefited from us providing music, as we have people coming and going from them and sitting outside. So, and it's regulated in a way that can work with the business activities and the public so that it's not too loud, not too intrusive. Next slide, please. We also find the musicians post about it on social media, which draws people to the village, as well as raising the profile of Oak Bay as a place that supports the arts and supports the musicians. So I think there's one more slide. So it's a low impact way to support the businesses and the arts. It discourages some kinds of antisocial behavior because we have vibrancy and activities on the street, and certainly provides a welcoming environment for the public. So thank you again for considering our request. We do appreciate the support. We are struggling with a great deal of increasing costs. They've gone up since I even submitted my budget. So we're just looking for ways to make sure that we can run everything that we have in the past, and we'll continue to do so into the future. So happy to take any questions about our program.
Thank you, Ms. Leary. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thank you for that presentation. You mentioned that you do seek a variety of styles and ages, which is fantastic. And I just wondered if you could speak to the diversity of the musicians and whether you're seeking to give opportunities to BIPOC and Indigenous populations. Thank you.
Ms. Leary?
So we hadn't, so the first year we did it as a pilot program, and then last year was the first year we ran a full program. So we haven't done specific outreach to those communities. The application process has been open to everyone. We certainly find musicians are good at spreading the word. So we've seen a little bit of that, but certainly I wouldn't say we have equality in terms of diversity. We have pretty good gender equality, but the rest of it is something we would like to continue to expand on. So as we can do more outreach to those kinds of communities. As we roll this program into our regular planning process, that's something we'll be able to implement more fully as we can plan on it year to year within our budget.
Thank you. I'll just do a follow-up question to that because I appreciate this is there. The BIA obviously collects money from its members and puts on multiple events. This is something that is being brought in sort of in a midstream because that's a 5-year approval. Is that the intention with the next sort of 5-year piece that this would be included as one of the possible programs going forward?
Yes, I would see us as we go into the renewal, which I believe you're correct is in the next 2 years, that any of the programs we would be presenting would be presented from within our existing budget. We wouldn't be seeking outside support after that renewal.
Thank you for that. Great. Any other questions, Ms. Leary? All right. Thank you very much. Thanks for being so late.
Thank you for taking the time to go through this process with us.
All right. Hope it's tomorrow there. I hope you're having a good new day.
It started off very well. Thank you.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
We have, it's interesting that my order here and the order of the speaking notes I have in front of me are different. But I'm just going to go, oh, that's why. So is Oak Bay Heritage Foundation here? So if I could just have you come forward. And I probably just as well if you just introduce yourself and then the two people with, and go ahead.
I'm Bronwyn Taylor here representing the Heritage Foundation, and this is Jane Hall, our Vice President and Secretary, and Pat is our member at large. For those of you who may not be aware of the Foundation's mandate under the Constitution, which was established by the District of Oak Bay, Section 2B is to promote and encourage public interest in heritage conservation in the municipality of Oak Bay, which seems directly to address the very popular lecture series that's been part of what the Foundation has been doing for decades. Originally, we had 3 lectures in the fall, September, October, November, and due to their popularity, a few years ago we added 3 more lectures in the spring, March, April, and May. Prior to the district's review of committees and commissions, and then COVID, the municipality funded many of the expenses related to these lectures. As this is no longer the case, and with extremely limited income from usual sources, the Foundation during the past 3 years, we need funds from the municipality in order to offer our lectures in the near future. If we had been aware of the different funding model when we made our initial grant in January, we would have included the additional $3,500 at that time. Other new initiatives undertaken during COVID restrictions are the design and maintenance of our own website as a standalone after the transition away from the outdated district page, a budget line to support reconciliation activities within Oak Bay, projects with local schools to have children engage with heritage at a young age, and updating old materials such as our walking map and our frequently asked question sheet, both of which we distribute at the night markets. At this time, we'll be looking at other areas of our limited budget to fund these, but the lecture series is an area where we need your financial support in order to continue offering them to the public. The turnout at the first one last month was standing room only, and people were thrilled to be able to attend in person again. So thank you for your consideration of this request.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Just for everybody's clarification, you're here today speaking to both the original $5,000 ask, which is traditionally used primarily to fund heritage repairs, alterations, etc. under that.
Primarily grants, yes.
Yeah, and then the second, so the 6,000 you're speaking of is in addition to that to help fund the speaking series.
An additional 3,500, not 6,000.
Okay.
But going on KOB's past experience of being funded higher, we used to get 8,000.
Okay, so a total of 8,500, is that correct? Okay, thank you for that clarification on the ask. Are there questions? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Your Worship, can I just ask a question of procedure, just because I know that this is now this is publicly available as part of the public package. So is a motion required to amend the ask as it's included here?
That's a fair question. I don't know the answer to that question. Procedurally, Mr. Coates, perhaps you could just let us know if we need to do anything specific.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I think I understand the question correctly, so this is an ask from the groups to the council, and I suppose if they wanted to amend that ask before you could accept that request, and certainly the documents are not council's to alter by motion.
Maybe just officially on the record, just make your ask of the total amount that you're seeking.
Yes, I'd like on behalf of the Oak Bay Heritage Foundation to ask for a grant in aid, a total of $8,500 for the upcoming year.
Okay, thank you. And perhaps we can just amend the cover on this when it comes back to council as part of the consideration piece. That'd be good. Thank you. I'm not sure. I'll let you work with staff if they it may be beneficial to amend the actual document so that it reflects the total amount. But thank you for that. Any other questions? Councillor Appleton, continue.
If I could just, less of a question, more of a comment, Your Worship. I would just, this is a bit of a unique situation, as our guests have described, because this was essentially maybe not a completely unanticipated, but a bit of an inadvertent result of the change to the Heritage Foundation's structure as part of the committee and commission review. So it's different it's a different type of consideration than in previous years, because the Heritage Foundation has now, as was described, taken charge of quite a few things, quite a few operations and operational matters and costs that historically have been somewhat in-house, things like printing. And as liaison to the Heritage Foundation, we've kind of run into a few of these things over the last 6 months or so that are a little bit, that are just a result of the foundation transitioning to essentially a more arm's length body from council. So I would describe this as a bit of a unique situation in this particular context.
Thank you, Councillor.
Specifically, it would have been the in-house development of our posters and flyers and the printing of those, and the honoraria to the guest speakers, and I think to some extent the rental of the Windsor Park Pavilion.
Thank you for that. Are there any other questions of the applicants? Just a quick question for me. Just over the years, there's been a sort of a fairly consistent funding that's gone in, and there's money set aside within the foundation. And just for my clarification, are those restricted funds? I think there were about $63,000 or so in the piece. Are those restricted for heritage alterations and repairs grants, or are they available for use for multiple activities?
We did have at one time 2 GICs, and during COVID, when we had no income stream, we weren't able to reinvest one of them, so now we just have 41,000 and some odd dollars in our GIC, which we use the interest towards grant funding. I guess if we had to spend down everything in order to continue with the grants, we would do, but we did have to cash in one of the $20,000 GICs in order to continue with our grants program.
Okay, so that's, I'm just looking at your financial, on the page 5 of the application here, there's accounts, which is current account and the term deposit. But then there's also the Victoria Foundation and endowment, which is separate. That's money that they control and pay out a dividend from. Is that correct?
That's correct. We have no access to that capital.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that. And there's no restrictions on the monies paid for grant use in the past. Within the constraints of the society, you have that option of spending them on the grants or on other activities.
Yes, we usually budget $20,000 because at one time our grant program was more robust than it is now. So we budget that amount and we spend the majority of that on other things. But with the cost of everything going up, we're anticipating that our grants, the amounts we give in grants, will also increase.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I would agree. I think there's probably in part because a lot of people aren't aware of the fact that they have access to those grants for heritage repairs. So thank you for that.
Well, that's frustrating because we certainly do publicize it and it goes in all our newsletters and everything else.
I am not arguing that fact at all. You certainly do. Are there any other questions of the applicants at this time? Nope. Thank you so much for coming today. Okay. And okay, moving on to I have Oak Bay Lawn Bowling Club up next. Yes, I know. It's hard to stand up. I'm not looking forward to standing up at the end of this meeting, so. It's the same process here. If you just state your name and organization for the record. Yes.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for having us here. Oak Bay Lawn Bowling Club has been around since 1953, and you folks have been, the council and has been generous over those number of years. We're looking, we occupy the corner of Carnarvon Park, the northeast corner of Carnarvon Park, and we have two of our boundaries have neighbors, have residential areas around them. And one of our greens is lighted or has lights for nighttime playing, and the other green does not. The current green, the east green, is about 35 years old. The lights, and they're metal halide, and they're just beyond their use. We have issues with when we do use them because of the weird light that it comes out of it as well. It causes tripping hazards, for instance, on the greens and around the greens. So we've had a number of those. So we think the lighting is in concert with the redevelopment issue of Carnarvon Park. They're low lights. They're and we typically are good neighbors for our residential neighbors. We do keep in contact with them. There's a large hedge behind them as well, so we don't anticipate any real issues with the neighbors. We are the largest club on Vancouver Island. We're the second largest club in British Columbia, and we're one of the larger clubs in Canada. So it keeps us vibrant and keeps us occupying people's time. We have 220 members last year, and we've introduced a family membership plan that that gives a family of four $150 for to get them out on the bowling green. So we attracted something like 78 new members last year. That keeps us going, and part of that is the things that we can provide, such as lighting. Thank you. That's all I had to say.
Thank you very much. Yep. Don't leave yet if there's any questions from members of council. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
And this is maybe even a question for you, Mayor, or through you, Mayor, to staff. I just, as a new councillor, I'm just wondering, with I don't quite understand, it's municipal property, like sort of what the history and ownership is of this, and is this the only avenue for receiving this funding, and is this the right avenue for receiving this funding?
I don't know the answer to the right, but certainly we've issued grants and not issued grants at various times on asks of equipment. But Mr. Harmer, I'm happy to pass the question over to you.
Mm-hmm. Oak Bay owns the buildings, and we typically look after everything that's in them and everything around them. So the greens, for instance, we end up looking after those, and those are our responsibilities, and they're quite expensive to keep up. But by and large, the buildings are owned by Oak Bay, essentially. So if it's got a roof on it, it's yours.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, thank you for the presentation. Just wondering if the lighting that you're considering putting in, if perhaps the Parks and Recreation Department had any advice to offer on it, or if they were involved at all.
I don't believe that they were involved. We went to a firm that specializes in this. This is the brand. This is the LED instant on lighting. It's sort of state of the art. So we haven't connected in with the Parks and Rec folk.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, Mr. Harmer? I'm just going to ask the question of this on the, at the end when they're installed, do the lights belong to the lawn bowling club or do they belong to the municipality? Hard to remove once.
Yeah, I believe that they belong to the club because if they break, we have to fix them, right? So, so that's how I view it. It's often there's some gray areas in here, but we typically look at if it's outside, it's ours, and if it's part of the building or part of the structure of the building, it's Oak Bay's.
Thanks. And other question I had for you is just, this is the kind of thing, energy efficiency, upgrades to outdoor activities, those sorts of things that are often available for other external grants. I'm just curious, has your organization made any effort to find alternate sources of funding for this?
Absolutely. We do have New Horizons grants, we have the gaming grants, and other opportunities, but we haven't been able to access those over the last COVID years. So we're hoping that we'll be able to get some funding from you folk to help us out.
As a question, if we have significantly over asked or oversubscribed a total amount of grants, and I'm curious if receiving a partial grant, what would the approach be taken? Would that be to then do some additional fundraising, wait for another year? What would that actually look like?
Likely to do additional fundraising because this is an important ask for us. This is one of the top priority for us in terms of being able to get this done because it's just gotten to the point where we do need to do something with it.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much. Yes. Walk carefully. Our lighting isn't always the best either. So we have next. On my list, Oak Bay Volunteer Services Society, but I don't think they're here to address us. That's for the regular piece. So I'm going to go on to the Ocean Ambassadors Canada. Welcome. Waiting very patiently here in the audience.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks. Executive Director of Ocean Ambassadors Canada, and we're a local marine stewardship charity, and we were founded in 2017. We started on in the Lower Mainland, and we branched out to Vancouver Island last June. Our mission is to connect people with the ocean, to educate them about marine pollution, including plastics and the health of the ocean, and then a real call to action and inspiring them to want to care for our ocean. Through that, we do a lot of programs with young people, school programs and summer camps, as well as a lot of initiatives around reducing single-use items. And through our work running initiatives, we came to realize that particularly cafes and small restaurants, are the people running those are so busy just running their restaurant that they don't have time to really navigate the very complex landscape of single-use items and what are the most problematic single-use items, what are the sort of least bad things that they should be using, and complicated even more by legislation from the federal government now and provincial government coming, and then municipal legislation. So in working with the municipalities on the North Shore of Vancouver, their sustainability staff, we really recognized a an opportunity to provide what we call zero waste coaching. And what that is we go in and we really, in a meat and potatoes way, I call it, we go in and we meet with business owners. We look at all of their single-use items that they're using. We talk about, what could be better, ways to increase their sustainability. And one example is the compostable single-use plastics, which I'm sure you're all aware of, that many business owners are paying a premium for, and in fact, they're less sustainable in our current waste systems that we have. So we work with the businesses with their single-use items, with their food waste, with their recycling systems, how their employees are talking to the customers, with signage, just really sort of simple things, yet really, really helpful. So I want to introduce Dr. Kelsey Gill. She's actually the Director of Ocean Ambassadors on Vancouver Island, and she's going to tell us a little bit about what we propose to do in Oak Bay.
Thank you. Welcome, Dr. Gill.
Hey, thank you. So we are proposing to do this zero waste coaching with 30 restaurants and cafes in Oak Bay and any other small businesses that may be interested. So again, the idea is hitting those meat and potatoes things. We have been running this same program in the city of Victoria as well as the regional district of Nanaimo. And the general sentiment from business owners is, like Allison said, they just don't have the time to research more sustainable options or to even look at how they're dealing with some of their food waste or recycling. In addition to that, especially in the city of Victoria, there's a lot of small businesses right now feeling very unsupported by the government with these new bylaws that are coming in. And we have heard that from people in the regional district of Nanaimo as well. So our goal is to be there and support these small businesses, help them transition to new options when these bylaws or even federal or provincial regulations come through. And then be there to continue to support them after we have done our initial coaching. So the idea of how coaching works, we meet with the businesses, cover all of the materials they're using, how they're dealing with waste. We provide a report for them, outlining suggestions that we have for how they can improve their sustainability and answer any questions that they may have. And then we give them that report. We also give them a little window sticker there to signify that they are moving towards zero waste. And identify that an entire community full of restaurants and restaurants and cafes rather is moving towards this initiative. So with that, if you have any more points, that's great. Right, thank you so much for your time.
Pretty much on 3 minutes, so thank you for that. Are there questions, members of council? Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for coming. It sounds really exciting. Just a question. 30 cafes and restaurants in Oak Bay. I actually didn't realize we had that many, but fair enough. Will it be on their request, or are you just going to actively go out and knock on doors?
Yes, so we'll actively go out and visit these businesses and offer our services. We have a pretty good response with businesses. I'd say there's only about 5% that say no. That's why I did include we would consider any other businesses. We've done things that don't fall under the technical category of like restaurants and cafes, things like butchers or bakers. We could throw candlestick makers in there too, just to round it out, but yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Appleton, go ahead. Councillor Smart, I see your hand. Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you for hanging with us until this late hour. Maybe you could speak to the effectiveness. I can imagine that this may be one of these things that sort of gathers momentum as there are more people around doing it. So maybe you can kind of speak to sort of the effectiveness of trying to hit a community as a whole and sort of get people, create a little bit of buzz, a little bit of chatter around it. Maybe that increases your uptake and your effectiveness of delivery.
You're exactly right. There is a lot of power in having more like a community participating. So an example would be in on the North Shore of Vancouver. We worked with we called it East of Seymour, so towards Deep Cove, three shopping areas, sort of main shopping neighborhoods, and we actually got so much interest that we launched a reusable takeout container program and had almost every restaurant sign on to it. So there definitely is. And then as soon as the business owners realize that we really are just there to help, initially always there's the, what are you going to do with the report and all of those things. And we're, no, it's just suggestions to help you. And we have found that the window stickers, the restaurant and cafe owners, they really do want that window sticker to show that because most people really do want to be doing the right thing. You know, then they just don't know exactly what that is or have time.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, just
Oh, sorry. Go Smart,
Oh.
Appleton, then go ahead, and then Green.
just a question about the regionalization. I know there's other cooperatives and you mentioned working in Victoria that have like a reusable to-go box, and I just wondered what your overall approach is, and what other municipalities you're going to be working on at the same time.
Overall approach with the reusable platforms, was that?
Yeah, sorry, to be more specific, like if there's already one out there, are you cooperative and working with other systems?
Yeah, for sure. And we actually don't, we work with any reusable platform that is out there and all of them. So for example, in Vancouver, there are 2 very active ones, and on the island right now, there are 2. Yeah. Our mandate is to help everyone to move forward to increase in sustainability. So we're very open to that.
Councillor Appleton, then Councillor Green. Oh, did I? Okay. I'm good then. Go ahead, Councillor Green.
Thank you, through you, and thank you very much for the presentation and for coming. Glad you're on the island, I think. It's encouraging, and I just wanted to know what your follow-up is like. So you go in and you work with businesses, and then do you go back at some point and review their practices to see if they've made progress and whether or not your coaching has been successful? Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. I'm going to just extend that question to, is this like sort of a one-time grant where you'll come and help Oak Bay this year and then you'll kind of go on and do other things, or is the expectation this becomes an annual program?
So the expectation that would be that this would be a one-time grant application, but we have a commitment with all of the businesses that have gone through our coaching that we visit them. So at 3 months and then at least annually, and we actually have surveys that we do at 3 months and 1 year. And the idea, and it really has taken shape, is that we form relationships with them so that they know that they can phone and say, okay, so Vancouver just got rid of the cup fee, so what does that mean for me, or whatever the situation is. Yeah, so it's a relationship building thing, and we see it as we move forward and we move towards reuse platforms, then we see that we'll be able to be involved in that, and that'll be really exciting.
Thank you. Councillor Green.
Thank you. Just a follow-up comment. Be sure and reach out to Oak Bay's Business Improvement Association. They have a number of members. You're probably aware of that, but the BIAs are really effective for outreach.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Don't see other hands popping up online or here, so I think I'm going to say thank you very much.
Thank you very much for considering it.
Yeah, thank you. We are up next, Peninsula Stream Society. You can come forward. That would be great, Mr. Armstrong.
Hi there. Thanks for having me.
Thank you also for your patience.
Yeah, no worries. Lots of really interesting groups and presentations.
Yes.
Yeah, let's get started. My name is Kyle Armstrong. I'm with Peninsula Stream Society. I'm the restoration coordinator here just to speak about our grant and aid application. Next slide, please. Just really quickly, I see some familiar faces, but just in case you're not familiar with our organization, 20 years on the peninsula, expanding recently into the shorelines from streams, environmental restoration, stewardship, education outreach, and some advocacy in there as well. I just put up this one slide just to show kind of our 3-pillared approach that we take that's really quite integrated and difficult to separate, but we use it as a screener for our many programs and projects. They all kind of feed into each other in a really nice way. Next slide, please. First program that's within our grant and aid and where we're looking for support is the beach program. It's a kind of a shoreline education and advocacy group where we do mainly forage fish sampling on our beaches. So we look for eggs deposited by species of surf smelt and Pacific sandlants who basically spawn their eggs on our shorelines and are very sensitive to changes in those shorelines. That information is collected by volunteers, analyzed by volunteers, and then we upload it into the Strait of Georgia Data Center, which is an online database that can be used by municipalities and managers across the province to inform decision making of our shorelines.
So really effective community science, really meaningful ways to volunteer and contribute to our knowledge of a local ecology of very important species. Next slide, please. This is just a map that shows our coverage with this program over the peninsula. This was kind of done in, I think, last year. So since this past season, we've really expanded and we've worked to fill in some gaps in Victoria and Oak Bay in particular. Next slide, please. There's a news story that was done when we identified eggs being spawned on, what beach is that? Just by Queen's Park there, Rattenbury in Haynes Park, I believe. So yeah, some really interesting local finds, and we're learning more and more about this area and shoreline, which again feeds into education about our shorelines and local ecology, but also our advocacy. Better if we move on quickly. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Let's skip this. And then our other program is the Rain Gardens for Headwaters program. We built a rain garden at Monterey Middle School last year and have done lots of education outreach. Next slide, please. We've had a really great partner in the Friends of Belcourt Creek in doing this. We're trying to build capacity within local stewardship groups to build their own rain gardens and use it as a tool to inform people about stormwater policy. Basically, urbanization leads to hot, fast, and toxic waters, particularly around Belcourt Creek. So lots of work going on there. Next slide, please. I think I got 5 seconds. So basically with that, we're just looking to continue these programs in Oak Bay and continue to build local capacity for environmental stewardship, restoration, and education. Thank you.
That's it. That was very fast.
That's 3 minutes, so I don't want to take your time.
Minutes. You're great. Questions? Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thank you. That was a awesome but fast presentation. And so my follow-up question is, could you just again sort of summarize the sort of touch points that the average resident can appreciate all this stuff that you do? Thank you.
And participate, and again, meaningful opportunities to engage with community science where data is actually being used for the protection of our local ecosystems in the beach program and in the rain garden program, really on the ground active way where you can learn about this infrastructure and participate in it, either through kind of a policy or informed kind of advocacy role, or actually on the ground do it yourself, either in a community or residentially build your own rain garden and participate in these kind of community demonstration projects such as the one at Monterey Middle School that we completed, or in the campus view, which is in Saanich right on the border of Oak Bay, but Oak Bay residents participating in that site as well.
Thank you. Are there other questions?
Oh, one more final, the chum reintroduction project as well. So the grant would also support that work, which the rain garden program kind of ties into. So protecting and we can put salmon back in the creek, but until we really kind of change those conditions, we're going to be plagued with a lot of issues for those salmon as they return.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. I don't see other hands popping up here. Just a quick question. The application highlights the projects going on. And it looks essentially like this is a funding stream just to sort of support operationally multiple of these pieces. So there's no one specific piece. It's sort of a broad influx of money to help support all of those.
Yes, and essentially, we take grant and aid from Oak Bay and other municipalities and leverage it with larger funders to get those fundings to support these programs and these works.
Could you just in our version of the form, there wasn't a breakdown of other grant providers in terms of municipality. It was the total grant amount in your financials. Can you just share with us what other municipalities are currently providing grants or have provided grants or expected this year?
Yeah, we typically, because we range across the peninsula, from North Saanich, Sydney, Saanich, Central Saanich, View Royal, Metchosin, or sorry, not Metchosin, Colwood, not Langford, but yeah, so basically all of them, Victoria, yeah.
Okay, thanks for that. Okay, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Yeah.
Let you out so early.
You as well. Yeah, thanks for consideration, and thanks to everyone else for amazing projects.
All right, thank you. I have next Uplands Neighbourhood Association. If you can stand, I know.
Wow, okay. So
No, you have to come forward. Just if you could just state your name for the record and your organization, and then you have your 3 minutes. So thank you for that.
I'm Marilyn Palmer. I'm the president of the newly formed Uplands Neighbourhood Association. We've existed for precisely 3 months, and we've accomplished, relative to all of the groups that you just heard from, absolutely nothing. So we've established ourselves legally. We've covered off all of that, all of those nitty-gritty details. And we have a membership that's continuing to grow. We've got 261 members as of probably yesterday. And we would like to withdraw our application because there's nobody that you've listened to tonight that doesn't deserve the money that they've asked for. And it's hard for me to sit here and justify taking a nickel because we haven't done anything yet. We've not made any contribution to Oak Bay. I think we've sort of gathered a little bit of steam within our own neighborhood, but I know you're all thinking, you know, WTF, Uplands. So
you're going to work very hard on coming up with some amazing community events.
Next
and come back
year,
and
we'll
find
be
things.
back next year, and we will have helped the quality of life in Oak Bay in some way that I can be proud of.
Ms. Palmer, thank you. I will make a gentle suggestion since we have another person in the room with you right
Okay.
now. If people are in the Uplands are looking to help contribute to the community in some way, Oak Bay Tea Party is always looking for volunteers to help out with things. So
Great. Thank you.
So they're coming up next here I think next. Maybe have Film Victoria first. We do need to extend. I just want to make sure that on my list here, Victoria Sexual Assault Center application, I don't think anybody's here to speak to that. No. So, with that, thank you so much. You probably could have just sent us a note, but thank you for sitting through it all. It is quite impressive, though.
You've got a chance to say, we're here, we're alive, we exist, we've got members, and everybody else that you listened to tonight really has accomplished a lot and is contributing a lot, and we're not there yet. So.
Oh, thank you for that.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, have a great evening.
Thanks.
We do have to extend the meeting a little bit further, but we also have Councillor Braithwaite who has to recuse herself for the next 3 items, so we're just going to let her go.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Yes, I do have to recuse myself for the next 3 items, and I do apologize to those 3 organizations for having to have them wait till the very end for this. But I'm recusing myself from the Oak Bay Tea Party as I'm a director on the board, and the Victoria Film Commission, I'm also a director on that board. And I do have a long-standing relationship with United Way as I was employed with them, so I'm recusing myself from all 3 of those organizations.
Thank you very much, Councillor Braithwaite.
And I will sign off for the rest of the night, or morning for me.
Yes.
Thank you.
Enjoy your morning. Enjoy your long hike now. Thank you very much.
Hey,
Thank you so
thank
much
you.
for being here today.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you so much.
Okay, so she has recused herself and has left the meeting, so I now have 3 items on our thing. I have Oak Bay Tea Party first, Oak Bay United Way, and then Vancouver Island South Film and Media Commission. So,
Your worship, motion to extend to 10:15.
oh yes, thank you. Motion to, so we have an extra 15 minutes in here. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. Welcome.
Well,
Name,
good evening, Mayor and
organization,
Council.
yes.
Here I am, Sandy Germain, Chair, Oak Bay Tea Party Society, 2023 61st Tea Party. And I'm asking for our usual grant that we've been getting since I've been doing this for 26 years, pretty much. It's the $7,000. Initially, this grant, I should point out, was $55 to help with the organization and $15 for the stage. Since probably about the past 8 years, the stage has almost tripled in cost. And we've just left it and tried to do what we could while juggling not increasing the cost of things for families. And so that's where we're at.
Thank you.
Everything is done by volunteers. We have minimal costs that for actual paid people. We do cover security because who wants to sit on a stage Friday night and Saturday night for no money? Other than that, where it's all volunteer time that's put in, that puts on this entire event. There was something else I wanted to say that was important, and I can't
Perhaps
remember.
mentioning the sponsors or the...
Well, yeah, COVID really knocked us for a loop. I have to say, those 2 years were really difficult. We've lost a couple of corporate sponsors over just no communication over 2 years. Our costs have increased substantially. Our insurance costs have gone up. Food costs have gone up. And it is a juggling match trying to put on an event that attracts families and is affordable for families and yet not run into a negative. Like with last year, the weather wasn't the greatest, as we know. We did apply for a grant which covered the cost of the fireworks. But, we couldn't have an air show because the Royal Canadian Air Force didn't support the event, which would have left us with basically 2 aerobatic planes and a couple of guys jumping out of the sky. Well, we couldn't justify what that hour was going to cost because the civilian aerobatics, of course, have increased as well.
Great. Well, I think for most of us people know here, but I think it's a given opportunity if anybody has any questions specific to your event. Is there any questions? Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you for coming. It's such an impressive event and presentation. My question is there an Indigenous Involvement or welcome ceremony or anything to the Tea Party?
We have invited the Songhees chief to attend, and he's got a really busy schedule, and so last year he wasn't able, but we do extend the invite, yes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Germain, what's the, appreciate, there's also a fair bit of fundraising that goes on to raise money for other entities at the Oak Bay Tea Party. Do you have a sense of what the total money raised for other charitable organizations is, or is there any?
Well, we give donations to all of the school band programs that participate in the parade or on stage. We also give a donation to the Oak Bay Sea Rescue Society, who makes the bear and beef sandwiches. And then, of course, well, as an Oak Bay Kiwanian, I know the value of the Tea Party weekend for the Kiwanis Tea Room. That's probably one of our larger fundraisers that happens. Also, we have the Esquimalt Lions who are there, and they that's a fundraiser for them. They do the pancake breakfast. So our cash people, they usually have a donation. Their charity varies. Usually it was Big Brothers Big Sisters. I believe last year it was Mustard Seed. I believe it was. So yeah, so that's we try and make sure that we've got donation money that goes out. St. John Ambulance, of course, are there, so we donate to them. Yeah, the rest of it is volunteer hours.
Thank you very much. Don't see other questions, so thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, and next year I will have a slideshow because I was like, oh my gosh, everyone's got slideshows but me.
All right, we have, thank you very much and have a great evening. United Way, we have up next, United Way. I think we have Ms. McLeod with us here to provide a presentation. Thank you for sticking around so late. This has turned into a much later evening, I think, than we anticipated, but that's okay. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. At United Way, Southern Vancouver Island. Thank you for having me. So today I'd like to talk about our More Than Meals program. So this is really focused on seniors in Greater Victoria and specifically in Oak Bay. So elders are the heart of our community and we owe them a debt of gratitude. They're the ones that built our community we live in and the ones that create the social fabric that binds us together. We have one of the country's highest proportions of seniors, over 65, approximately 20% in the region. And this is projected to increase by 15% by 2025. Some are in the fortunate position to have sufficient retirement income and to cope with today's economic challenges, while many are not. Some have the support of family and friends close by, where others go it alone. Many seniors face extreme loneliness and isolation, and malnutrition and housing affordability challenges, and some have limited income. The effects of the pandemic have amplified many of these challenges. So what is United Way's More Than Meals program? It is a program that was created to support vulnerable, isolated seniors during the COVID-19 pandemic. Essentially, volunteers would deliver 3 nutritious meals per week with the value of a check-in phone call and a short in-person visit. For seniors unable to leave their home due to health vulnerability or physical disabilities, More Than Meals became a lifeline of nutrition and friendship. So the program essentially is meals being delivered to seniors at their home with a wellness check with a volunteer. And so because there's eyes on the senior, the volunteer also provides a regular check-in and guidance to ensure that no additional resources or support is needed. So beyond the pandemic, this continues to be a program that is needed in Victoria and specifically in Oak Bay. We are looking for support from the District of Oak Bay to support seniors in the Oak Bay region. We are currently supporting 100 seniors in this area, and we want to continue to provide meals and wellness checks to seniors. So we do have a big ask to the district of $20,000, and this will allow us to continue to support seniors in this region and also expand our reach. What that $20,000 will do will be to support 100 seniors for essentially 1,600 meals for a 1-year period. Thank you for your time and consideration and welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. McLeod. Are there any questions? Go ahead, Ms. Watson, or Councillor Watson.
Thank you for hanging in there for so long to make your presentation to us. We all appreciate it. I do have a question. I just wanted to understand. Is it, you mentioned Oak Bay Volunteer Services. Are they do you actually coordinate with them so that they're the volunteers to provide the meals, or is it some of your volunteers as well? And how quite does that work?
Yeah, great question. There's actually a coalition of nonprofits that support seniors that are part of this entire program. So Oak Bay Volunteer Services is one of our main nonprofits that we work with specifically in Oak Bay. So yes, to answer your question, the volunteers through Oak Bay Volunteer Services would be the volunteers that deliver the meals to seniors in Oak Bay.
Thank you. That's helpful to understand.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Could you explain how you get the referrals for the people that you service?
Yeah, so as mentioned, we work with 4 main senior serving organizations, and then through them, there's probably about 10 to 12 other nonprofits that we work with to coordinate the meals going up to seniors across Greater Victoria. How we get the referrals is actually through the nonprofits itself. They have a client base that they work with on a regular basis, and then they then identify which seniors are in need of meals. In addition, BC 2-in-1 is another way that we receive referrals. So if you're not familiar with 2-in-1, it's actually a helpline. So people can actually call 2-in-1 and get referred. If you're a senior or someone in need of support, they then will let us know that seniors are in need of support, and then they can get on the list to receive a meal. Right now, we're not sort of advertising because we're sort of kind of at capacity, but really the referral process is primarily through the nonprofits we work with.
Thank you very much, Ms. McLeod. Are there any other questions? If I may just ask one last question, then, Ms. McLeod, is just the grant is, as you noted, substantial, and by the appearance of it, it looks like it's something that would sort of need to be spun up and then operate fairly continuously over time. So is the anticipation that this would be a grant that you would expect to continue over multiple years to support the operation of the program?
Yes, this was something that we kind of responded to because of COVID, and then once we've sort of come onto the third year of the program, we realized it's still very much needed. Seniors just unable to cook for themselves, health issues, a variety of reasons. So we are seeking funding from other municipalities, from our donors, of course, through other grants. But we anticipate this will be an ongoing need, especially in our region with so many seniors that's part of our population.
Thank you for that clarification. I don't have any other hands popping up in the room here asking to ask a question, so I think we're able to let you go to leave us for the evening. Thank you so much for sticking around, and thank you very much. We'll see you soon.
Thank you. Take care.
Moving on to our last, and there's no honor in being last. I'm sorry you had to stick around so late. For Rankin Island South Film and Media Commission.
Maybe you're saving the best for last, I'm hoping. Hi, I'm Kathleen Gilbert, and I would like to start by thanking you so much for allowing us to do this virtually, because I'm just getting over the flu. So to have to sit in there, I wouldn't want to expose people, but I think it's important that I at least give you an update on the film industry in Victoria. So thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time tonight and your continued support of film and television and the Commission over the years. Over the last 3 years, the Film Commission has been responsible for bringing in an average of $60 million a year in direct spend into the CRD economy. And that's money producers take directly out of their pockets and leave behind, no multiplier attached to that. In 2022, we had another great year for film production. We serviced over 21 productions and we delivered 14 script breakdowns to producers. And in that last year, which was last year, 13 of those productions chose to film in Oak Bay with a total of 51 filming days. Last year, our team also added 133 new assets, so new locations, to our digital location library. And we updated our service directory to include over 200 local businesses that service the industry. And many of those are in Oak Bay, including Jennings Florist, which comes directly to my mind. We train more than 100 people on both set etiquette and how to gain entry into the industry. And we're currently running a youth engagement program with local high schools, where we have experienced industry speakers going into the schools to talk to the students about careers in the film industry. So far this year, it's also looking like a fairly good year. We've seen over a dozen shows film in the CRD, including, we're so happy to have Reginald the Vampire Season 2 back. That's a big Netflix series. But also our friends at Front Street Pictures continue to do a lot of their television movies, as you probably know, in Oak Bay. Hallmark loves Oak Bay. We also had The Amazing Race Canada. We had the Rena Verk story Under the Bridge. We had In the Blink of an Eye, a feature film, come over for a few days from Vancouver. A number of reality shows have chosen us recently. One called How I Got Here, and The Nature of Things was here as well. That's a CBC series, I think probably most of you know. Dead Boy Detectives came over for a few days, and we had a number of television commercials as well already this year. So it's looking like a very good year. But our focus in 2023 is to increase our labor pool, because with this increase in demand, we're finding we just don't have the crew numbers. So we're working with these local high schools, as I mentioned, to engage with youth and encourage them to consider a career. So we're looking forward to of that a few years out to having those people join our film family. We're also engaging further with First Nations with the focus on youth. We've made application for a federal grant to hire a First Nations liaison to help us engage more effectively with First Nations youth to find out if there's any barriers for them getting into this industry. And of course, we continue to work very hard to bring a film studio to the CRD so we can get even bigger budget films over here to the island. And we're going to re-roll out our Film Friendly Communities campaign, which was stopped because of COVID, in order to increase all of our communities to be more film friendly and to increase repeat business. But we're also working on our greening the industry as well. We want to ensure that all productions in the CRD and their crews are aware of our Real Green program, and we aim to normalize sustainability and production processes and practices. And we want to reach a zero greenhouse emissions by 2023. So that's it, unless you have some questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gilbert. I'm just going to ask if we could just get a motion to extend for another 10 minutes so we don't have to cut you off because we ran out of things moved and seconded. Thank you. Are you going to call the question? All those in favor? Any opposed? Unopposed? Thank you for that. Are there any questions of Ms. Gilbert? I guess two questions I have. You might not know the answer to the first one, Ms. Gilbert, but I know we obviously get funding from the film crews when they're filming for the street rentals and so forth. Do you have any sense of what direct revenue comes into the municipality from the filming in Oak Bay, either last year or an average?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have that information. I know that parking and film permits are charged out to productions, but I'm sorry, I don't have that number.
Mr. Payne, do you know the answer to that question?
I apologize. Can you repeat the question?
No problem. I haven't spoken to you for 3 hours. I'm not surprised you're not listening. Just a question, do you have any sense of what the revenue line item is from film crews for their parking permits and building and business permits and so forth?
Apologize, not off the top of my head, Your Worship.
The other question I just have for you, Ms. Gilbert, is just you mentioned the efforts to get a film studio. I know there's a lot of work going on for that to happen. We, under our grant policy, we do try and shy away from funding ongoing operational things, and we've typically not shied away too much from supporting the Film Commission because it has driven a lot of revenue back into the community. But that being said, I'm curious if there's a roadmap to getting to the point where maybe the industry grows to a point where it's sort of self-sufficient on this front and relies more on the industry itself to fund, and is the film studio part of that plan?
So and I equate our industry to the tourism industry. So we have to market our region if we want producers to come here. I mean, this industry is countries and cities around the world are trying to get the numbers that we have here in BC. Even many of them would be happy just with what we've got here in the CRD at 60 million. So producers are used to being wooed and they're not used to having to pay for services of a film commission. In fact, in order to be a member of the Film Commissioners of International Association of Film Commissioners, you cannot charge for your services. So we, we're unable to do that. Sometimes we'll get some, donations in kind, like when the production companies leave, they leave us, paper or chairs or things like that, donations to our yearly auction. Sometimes we'll get some film paraphernalia, I guess, for lack of a better word.
Memorabilia, probably, yes. Yeah.
Yes, from them, but no, we can't charge, and no film commission around the world, and there's thousands of them. None of them charge for their services.
Is there any
and I think it's the same with tourism. When we're trying to get tourists to come here, we don't charge them to show them the beautiful tourist things that we have for them to do here.
No, that's fair. Tourism commissions, for the most part, are paid out of the hotels. Essentially a separate tax that they charge to do that. And I'm curious if there's any thought to just the local industry who benefit most from the industry coming here, and hence the reference to the film studio. If there's any ability to collect money from the local industry that benefits from the productions.
Well, and we do have some corporate sponsors, and we have asked about the hotel tax because we do put a lot of heads in beds. I mean, we put every show that comes probably puts well over 1,000 people up in hotels when they're here. So, 1,000 room nights, not 1,000 people, 1,000 room nights for every small show even that comes over. So we do put a lot of people into the hotels, but we have not been able to get any of that hotel tax.
Okay, well, thank you for answering the questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Before I let you go, I just want to make sure I haven't cut off anybody else's opportunity to ask questions. No, okay. Thank you very much, and have a great night.
Okay, good night.
Thank you for being last with such good grace, even though you're not feeling well.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Whew. I think we're done. Certainly all of the grant application pieces. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
At the risk of testing everybody's tiredness, I would like to do a motion arising to update the grant application to better reflect the grant policy report.
Like the grant application form?
Correct. Just around clarity of not funding operating costs and adding sections for equity, diversity, and inclusion, and a section on addressing council priorities.
Well, we can do, I'm trying to think of procedurally here. Form itself that you're looking at to kind of provide that piece. I'm tired and my brain isn't working so well, so I'm just trying to think here procedurally what the best manner of this would be to ask for that to come, because obviously there would be, I think, some feedback probably provided by council to guide some of those changes on that, but I'm not sure what that process might look like and how we would give this to staff to come back. Mr. Coates?
Your Worship, I'll take this one. I think from what I understand, the comments to reflect is council wants to have some input to sort of adjust the focus a little bit on how the policy is worded. So I think something to the effect, and I'm...
No, that's not quite correct. I think what I'm getting at here is or Councillor Smart's getting at, is that in the grant application itself, we have a grant policy, which is just a guideline for council for consideration. Although it's shared on the website, it's not necessarily part of the actual grant application package, and the grant application itself doesn't have places in there for some of the pieces that might be highlighted in that. So I think the question is, could there be a change on the application package that might have a cover page or some other changes on there that would better reflect? But Councillor Smart, just want to make sure I get from you.
Yeah, and I think it could be rather simple. There's just some actually contradictory information, and I just feel that it's fair to future grant applicants to not be misled by the wording on the form that actually appears to contradict items in the policy.
Your Worship, I think probably staff could take that away as an administrative item to essentially harmonize the policy and the application form. And if council wanted to give that direction by way of a motion, that perhaps a motion to that effect might work.
I think it's worth having it's just asking staff to do work, so I don't mind having I wonder, just because of the lateness of the time here, if we just, it's a simple motion to ask staff to review the grant application process to ensure it's in alignment with the policy, council policy. Is that fair? So just, is that, yeah.
I don't see this as something that has to take a lot of time or any sort of conceptual review. It's simply a piece of making sure that the two align.
In fact, I think that's fair. I think that the application package was developed before the policy was, and so the motion here would just be to ask staff to review the grant application package to ensure it reflects the council grant policy. Okay, is that clear? Moved and seconded. Thank you. Any discussion? No way to get a shorter discussion than having it at 10:22 at night. All right, I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. We'll just get a report back, I guess, at some point, just to say, yes, it's been done, but there's no, obviously, there's nothing that, in this that would normally come back to council more formally than that, so maybe just an email update to council. Okay, is there any new business? Any other businesses arising I should ask first? No? Any other new business? Okay, we have a motion to adjourn then. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Moved, and can I get a seconder to adjourn? Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? Unopposed? Carries.